Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's difficult to do. Good morning, everybody. I'd be grateful if you could take your seats, please. So thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming and joining the Export Control Forum 2025. My name is Colin Brown. I am the head of unit responsible for export controls and trade sanctions in DG Trade, and my team has done the fantastic work of putting together the program and the agenda for today. We are slightly delayed. The Commissioner is slightly delayed. And as you may know, there's a bit of a queue of people trying to get through security outside. So we're planning to start in a few minutes, but I wanted to make a few just housekeeping announcements while I can in this moment before we get into the substance. So you will already have seen this, I think. You are welcome to keep your coats and any luggage in the room. You can put them towards the back of the room, or there are two areas on the outside, on the left and the right, where you can also leave luggage if you want. Usual reminder, these places are not supervised, so don't leave anything which is valuable here. We will serve coffee after the first panel. Until then, there are coffee machines and water fountains in the lobby. If you exit the conference room, you walk straight and then to the right. But we are told by the conference organizers not to bring coffee mugs into the room. So we're not allowed to bring coffee mugs into the room. We will start with the keynote speeches. After that, we will go immediately into the first panel. And between the first and the second panel, there will be a coffee break, which again will be outside. So for the panels, we will, of course, have a discussion. And we will invite comments and questions from the floor. You can use the microphones that are in front of you, but we also will have a mobile microphone for those who are not necessarily sitting in front of a microphone, so that you can also intervene. A reminder that the event is web streamed. We had over 800 applications to take part in person. Obviously, as you can see, this room cannot accommodate 800 people, so we have decided to web stream the event so that many others can follow and engage in the discussions that we're having today. But those who are listening via the web stream will not be able to ask questions or to make comments. It will only be possible for those in the room. After the second panel, we will have a lunch break with a light lunch outside in the lobby for those that do not want to leave the building. There will be a separate lunch for the speakers. We will escort you to the location of the lunch. And then in the afternoon, we will have a coffee break with refreshments between the third and the fourth panel. So that is what I have been asked to set out in terms of housekeeping arrangements. Maybe if I could ask, Andreas, would you like to come up to the podium and sit here while we wait for the Commissioner to join, who should, we presume, be on the point of arriving? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm told that the Commissioner needs another few minutes, so we'll have to delay a little bit more. So I'll leave you to yourselves for a moment. I'm sorry about this. We'll start in a few minutes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to go outside? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start, please. So it's my pleasure to introduce Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič, who's the Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, who will open the Export Control Forum 2025. Commissioner, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to interrupt this very cordial atmosphere at the beginning. On top of that, it's Friday. And when I was coming over here, I saw the X-ray controls. It looked like at Union Central Station in New York. So apparently there is a huge interest in this meeting. And I know that every single seat here is occupied by you. And I know that many more are watching us from the connection, because the interest was 800 plus, which is pretty remarkable. And it just underlines how the world has changed and what kind of new challenges we are faced with. So therefore, I really would like to thank our organizers for being so kind, not only invite you, but also giving me the opportunity to address you, because I think this year Export Control Forum would be really marked by these new developments we see on the global level. I believe that also for all of you, because we've been doing our best to make sure that your groups consist from all relevant stakeholders. So you have here the representatives of the member states. EU institutions are very much present here, but I'm also very happy that we have here the representatives of industry, academia, and civil society, because it would clearly allow us to discuss in greater detail the latest developments in export controls in the European Union. As you know, because I know that I'm talking to the very well informed and educated audience, so for you, it's not a surprise that for us the export controls clearly are the key part of our economic security toolbox, including when it comes to international peace and security, but also protection of human rights. And you also know very well that historically they have been dealt with on the multilateral basis, and up until recently this has worked pretty well. And the European Union continues to strongly support the approach, because we believe in a multilateral way of sorting multilateral and global issues. But we all know, and therefore there is such a huge interest in the debate this morning, that these times have changed. I'm also very often using the expression, unfortunately, good old romantic times are over. So we are living in a new reality, and therefore we have to adjust to live in this fast-changing, very often too complex world, where economic tools are increasingly being used to achieve geopolitical goals. And this new reality has brought the export controls to the fore, putting them and you and your work firmly under new spotlight in the overall debate around economic security. Our team and I currently are working hard to finalize the new economic security doctrine, which will put forward early next month. It was a new greenfield project I got from my boss, from the President Ursula von der Leyen. She was giving us the mission letters at the beginning of the mandate of this commission, because she felt very strongly that the world has changed, and we had to have a closer look at all our tools at all our mechanisms. Are they fast enough? Are they sharp enough? Are they efficient enough? And therefore, we are also very much welcome the input we are getting from you to use it and to put it everything under the umbrella of this new and the first ever European economic security doctrine. As you know, over the past few years, it has become clear that what we need much more than before is indeed a cohesive and coherent joint approach to economic security. And I'm talking here about the institutions, member states, but also key industrial stakeholders. Because also what we learned over the last couple of years, those who seek to abuse the system are always looking for the weak spot in application, which in turn harms the whole EU. I'm also responsible for the in-depth customs reform. Yesterday we had a meeting of the Ministers of Finance where we adopted two very important measures. First one, that we'll do our utmost to complete the legislative work on this most ambitious, most in-depth customs union reform since 1969, where we are going to accelerate the process, how we are going to get rid of 150 euros de minimis exemptions because we are flooded by the tsunami of small parcels. Only last year we got 1.3 billion parcels, which is year-on-year increase by 1 billion over the last 4 years. And you can only imagine as export controllers what you can find in all these parcels and how many of them you can actually properly check. So here what I want to say is that it requires across the board effort, what the Americans called full court pressing on making sure that the conditions we set up, the controls we introduce are properly applied across the board, that all airports, all ports, all checking points are actually having the same methodology, same approach, and they are sharing the information. So we would make it very difficult for those who want to abuse the system to look for the easiest spots to penetrate the system, and that we have simply to do this very diligently and really as one body to make sure that the armor with what we are going to build here will be strong and will be delivering the results. So also in this regard, I'm very glad that after several meetings we had on expert level, we had also on ministerial level, that the member states see the added value of European coordination with a view to increase the effectiveness of the model, and how much it was underlined and underscored in my numerous meetings with the ministers. Without giving too much away, because we are still working on the text and content of this economic doctrine, I can say that this document will outline a coordinated and coherent use of our tools, including export controls, in order to strengthen our hand on the global stage and more effectively respond to the most urgent risks to our economy. At the same time, I also would like to reassure you that this is not an attempt to reinvent the wheel, because you know that our efforts continue to be informed by the documents you know very well. This is our 2023 European economic strategy, which aims at minimizing risks arising from certain economic flows in the context of increased geopolitical tensions and accelerated technological shifts, while, of course, our goal always stays to preserve maximum levels of economic openness and dynamism. So rather the doctrine will be about how can we accelerate our action? How can we act more swiftly in a shorter period of time and with much more efficiency? We recognize that the widely held and long-standing understanding that underpins the international approach to export controls is under significant pressure. Export controls, unfortunately, are no longer just about security. I think we learned it in a very hard way, especially this year. Increasingly, they are being used as a means to gain geopolitical influence, a way to leverage and even weaponize dependencies of others. And this is not limited to any one country or region. For example, great powers have been using export controls to cut each other off from high-tech supply chains, seeking to limit technological evolution, or imposing unilateral export controls targeting areas like critical raw materials or certain key technologies, which is having a dramatic effect on the global supply chains and negatively impacting industry in Europe and around the world. And it isn't just economically damaging. When inputs vital for the functioning of a modern economy are weaponized in this manner, it puts at risk our most strategic interest and ultimately our prosperity. So our utmost priority, of course, has to remain to find effective, fair, and lasting solution to these issues. I have spent a lot of time together with our team in recent weeks and months engaging with my counterparts and pursuing proactive dialogue to that effect. One day we are looking for errors, second day we are looking for permanent magnets, third time we are looking for legacy chips. You can imagine the anxiety on the market, the pile of letters on my table from all big brands of the European Union, which are under permanent stress because they still haven't managed to get away from the system which was the core of European success for many years, that these global supply chains would deliver just in time, be the spare part, be the component, be the raw material you need for your production. I think we just would have to learn much more from our Japanese friends, where they have an agency approach to this with forecasting, foresight, close connection with the industries, where they feel the shortage might be coming from, where they are stockpiling the key, be it raw materials or sensitive technology, so they could cushion the pressure on the industry when the geopolitical tensions get sharpened. So this is something what we are going through. We are learning. Therefore, we are putting on the table the new economic security doctrine. Therefore, my colleagues are working on different lists of critical raw materials projects, and therefore we are literally crisscrossing the world in accelerating all our free trade agreements with all possible partners on all continents, with very clear chapters on critical raw materials, on sensitive technology, so we can diversify the support for Europe and, of course, for our companies. But what is also very important is that we need to take into the consideration and this very negative impact of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and also the rapid and unprecedented deployment of the sanctions which this has brought about. Not least the imposition of export restriction on dual use and sensitive items critical for curbing Russia's ability to wage war. As you know, Moscow has subsequently blocked the adoption of most important new controls on emerging technologies under Wassenaar Agreement, effectively paralyzing the multilateral system and putting global security at greater risk. In addition, this puts pressure on the EU member states and our partners to take action outside of multilateral regimes something which threatens to reduce the effectiveness of the latter, while increasing the risk also, and I hope I'm not saying too much here, the certain fragmentation of the single market. Because if it's not coordinated on the international level, if you do not have the European level to deliver what is expected, then of course the competencies are with the member states, and then you have a divergence is how these are applied, and it's different from the country to the country. And I'm very glad that when we had these extensive consultations with the ministers, there was strong understanding that we have to have more cohesiveness, more coherence, without, of course, full respect of national competencies in this area. But they also realized that to be efficient, we need to have a coordinated and harmonized approach how these national competencies are used for the future, and will be working very, very hard with them how to achieve this very important goal. Therefore, one of the outcomes of this discussion was that to overcome this challenge, the EU would, together with the member states, update the EU-wide export control list to cover not only controls that have been agreed within the regimes, but importantly also on those which has been blocked. So you know very well about the approach consensus -1, and I'm glad that also in this regard we as EU member states are talking to each other and looking for common solution. This updated list is being published today, because we wanted also to add additional topic to your discussion, and it would cover, and this was not a big surprise to you, such critical technology areas as quantum, semiconductor manufacturing and testing equipment, as well as advanced computing integrated circuits. The update brings the EU control list in line with consensus reached in various multilateral regimes. As you know, US and UK already have similar controls in place, and others for sure will follow. This is a pragmatic response that we have crafted carefully together with the member states, working hand in hand to protect Europe's core interest while staying open to the world. We remain firm in our belief that the multilateral approach to export controls is the most effective for protecting international security and supporting a global level playing field. But at the same time, we have to act when that approach comes under so much stress that it stops delivering. Uniform EU-level controls guarantee effectiveness and transparency while maintaining our competitiveness and the level playing field for economic operators. So looking ahead, I would say that we find ourselves at crossroads. From one side, we need to reflect in the light of this new global reality whether our current tools designed in a very different context are sufficient, whether they are being used to the maximum efficiency, or whether we need to adapt them to the world of today. And this question will be at the heart of the review we are launching of the current EU export control framework, and it is one to which your input would be crucial, shaping the answer. So I'm indeed very happy that you have the chance today to exchange and discuss as to how we can strengthen the export control system in Europe and address these different challenges. I'm absolutely sure that your ideas will feed into the collective thinking on the best way forward, and I think we can all agree that we must find the right balance between security and competitiveness, between maintaining our prosperity while ensuring our collective safety. So once again, welcome to this year's Export Control Forum, and I wish you a productive day, excellent discussion, and please send us your best ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The next opening remarks are to be made by Markéta Gregorová, hope I got it right, who is a member of the European Parliament and sits on the INTA committee, which, as you know, has responsibility for trade matters. I'll profit from the little pause also to make a housekeeping announcement, just a comment. Please, those of you who have put your luggage on a chair, could you please lift it from the chair? You can see there's lots of people still coming into the room, just to make sure that everybody has space. Thank you. No worries. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, dear participants and dear organizers. It is really a privilege to help co-open the 2025 Expert Control Forum at a time when expert controls have moved from a specialized technical field to one of the most politically sensitive instruments shaping global competition and security. And I for sure know that, because when I started working on that 6 years ago, nobody almost knew what that means. And now everybody sort of wants to work on that, which is absolutely great. But also it just shows how crucial that topic is. And today I would like to offer an assessment of where the European Union stands, where our challenges lie, and how we can strengthen a system that is increasingly central to our economic security. Export controls were originally designed to limit the spread of weapons of mass destruction. They are now being used for much broader strategic purposes. The United States is using export controls as a tool to manage strategic competition with China by restricting access to advanced semiconductors and artificial intelligence capabilities. The US rapid expansion of its entity list has hit our European high-tech companies hard. American extraterritorial application of its export controls is overtaking our own agency to shape the technological global competition. Where is our deterrent to US extraterritorial rules? Where is our own EU entity list? China is responding by tightening restrictions on critical minerals, rare earth processing, and strategic manufacturing equipment. In the latest rare earth controls, it became obvious that China's leadership does not treat the EU as a serious independent player, but merely as an afterthought. And Commissioner Šefčovič will have to negotiate fast-track procedures for EU companies instead of China excluding EU companies from its trade war with the US from the beginning. And where is European agency and deterrence in all of this currently? Both sides, of course, use export controls to shape supply chains, influence technological trajectories, and defend their national security interests. This goes far beyond traditional non-proliferation. It is strategic technology statecraft. The global environment is now defined by great power competition that weaponizes interdependence. Europe cannot pretend that export controls remained a narrow technical discipline. So where is the EU's role? Europe's position is torn between two imperatives. On one hand, we must remain aligned with partners who share our security concerns. On the other hand, we must preserve our economic competitiveness and autonomy while protecting sensitive European technologies. And when I say strategic autonomy, I don't mean strategic isolation. It should mean having the capacity to make decisions grounded in European interest, with partners when possible, and alone when necessary. Export controls must become an instrument of agency, not dependency. We have begun to define our own approach through the economic security strategy and the proposal for a joint risk assessment. Yet we still lack a truly common vision on how export controls fit into our wider industrial and geopolitical strategy. We equally lack a shared sense of urgency across member states, and we lack a central capability to analyze risks across supply chains, technologies, and adversarial dependencies. Will we continue to rely on external impulses, on the whims of Xi and Trump? Or will we shape export controls as an area where the Union leads? Our persistent failure to control the proliferation and misuse of cyber surveillance tools is equally troubling. The most recent annual transparency report from 2023 illustrates the problem. Only 14 member states submitted complete or meaningful data on cyber surveillance items. The report also managed to obscure even more meaningful information than the last one, all in the name of national security. This was a key issue for a vast majority of the European Parliament at the last recast. Ignoring even the export of spyware sends a message that we cannot control it. It undermines the credibility of the European Union as a regulator, and it prevents the Commission and the Council from identifying, at least that, emerging patterns. It blocks researchers, of course, also from holding governments accountable, but that might be the reason, actually. So, as a result, European companies have continued to export intrusive surveillance capabilities to destinations where they can be misused, also against journalists, opposition figures, or civil society, or, and that might be of concern to some of us. This gap threatens both European values and our foreign policy credibility. Being weak on the control of cyber surveillance invites EU member states to misuse it against their democratic opposition. Poland, Hungary, Greece, and I'm sure there are several more who are either considering or where we simply haven't found out yet. Without complete transparency, we cannot build a coherent policy around the use of cyber surveillance, be it its export or its domestic use. Russia. Russia is the main geopolitical driver behind the EU expanding export control scope beyond the Wassenaar baseline since 2022. The war in Ukraine has forced us to expand and update Annex 1 beyond the Wassenaar baseline. Thank you, Mr. Šefčovič, for that. We introduced new controls on unmanned aerial systems and dual-use electronics and semiconductors. And we accelerated updates to catch up with Russian evasion tactics. The lesson here is clear. Europe cannot rely on the Wassenaar arrangement alone. The system cannot function when one of the parties to the consensus process is the aggressor that the controls are meant to restrain. It's quite logical. The EU must therefore develop the capacity to act collectively and autonomously whenever the multilateral system is blocked. How this looks is for all of us to figure out. But the cost of doing nothing is rising rapidly. The next recast is approaching. We can keep it the same with cosmetic changes and fall behind even more. Now, or we can adapt to external challenges. Export controls are now a core instrument of economic security and geopolitical strategy. The European Union must therefore move from a reactive posture to proactive leadership. And this requires reform and even increased centralization, which could mean a dedicated analytical body capable of adversarial risk modeling or monitoring choke points in real time. Without institutional capacity, we cannot shape policy at the speed technological change requires. One thing is crystal clear. If we fail to act together, we will act too slowly or not at all. And I'm looking forward to today's discussions on this and to advancing a truly European approach to export controls that is fit for this era. I will not say new because I think we all lived in it, just more comfortably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gregorová. Now I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Hauptmann, who's the Deputy Director General of the Danish Business Authority, to make some opening remarks on behalf of the Danish Presidency. Thank you very much.
Dear all, good morning to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to address this gathering of European industry representatives, export control authorities, business organizations, and all other stakeholders. And thank you to the Commission for their initiative planning this export control forum and for our good cooperation during our presidency so far. As we just heard from the previous speakers, we are operating in an international environment that is changing faster and becoming more complex than at any point in recent history. New geopolitical tensions, emerging regional conflicts, and shifting alliances are creating new challenges, but also new responsibility for all of us engaged in the field of export controls and international trade. These developments mean that both large, small, and medium-sized companies across Europe must constantly adapt to new risk, new obligations, and new markets. Industry is required to keep pace with rapidly evolving technologies and uncertain global supply chains, while authorities have to ensure that rules and controls reflect today's realities without creating unnecessary barriers for business and innovation. I thus believe we are at a crucial point in history where EU needs to adapt to this new reality. The EU needs a more robust and strategic approach to strengthening our economic security. On export controls, we are experiencing pressure from third countries who uses export controls in new ways, challenging our way of doing business. It is in this context that export control of dual-use items have become more important and more complex than ever. Dual-use items with their potential to serve both civilian and military purposes are now at the heart of the discussions on security, responsibility, and our ability to balance national and European interest with being an open and competitive economy. Recently, security considerations have taken on greater importance than in the past. But while we must protect European national security interest, we also have a responsibility to safeguard the future of European industry. Our competitiveness relies on our technological leadership, our skills, and our strong knowledge base. These are assets we simply cannot afford to lose. But if our rules are too burdensome, we also risk jeopardizing our ability to innovate, to collaborate across borders, and to take advantage of new opportunities. In the worst case, excessive barriers can force companies to shift activities away from Europe, weakening our competitiveness. This is why we must keep working towards finding the right balance. Export controls must protect our vital security interest, but at the same time, they must enable European businesses to thrive in global markets. We are at a time where finding that balance between rapid technological development and changes in global trade is an ongoing exercise that takes utmost focus for all of us. Over the past years, I believe we have taken steps towards a more harmonized implementation of our export control rules. The adoption of new common EU rules and the ongoing coordination between member states have made it easier for companies to operate across borders and ensure that compliance standards are more uniform. A good example is the adoption of the Delegated Act addressing new and emerging technologies. Compiling national control lists into one common European list, making it easier for companies operating in multiple countries to navigate the rules while also ensuring a level playing field across our union. This is also a concrete step towards ensuring that our controls keep pace with rapid innovation and the developments in the technological field. Export controls now need to be regularly updated to adjust to evolving security risk and threats, rapid developments in science and technology, and changes in world trade. By acting together at a European level, we can safeguard technologies that are critical for our collective security, while also providing clarity and legal certainty for industry. This is a positive development that brings greater consistency, reduces fragmentation, and shows that Europe can move forward. Nevertheless, we must recognize that harmonization is an ongoing process. Close cooperation between EU institutions, member states, and stakeholders remains crucial. With continued dialogue and willingness to learn from each other's experience, we can ensure that our rules remain effective and balanced also in the future. Another very central aspect is making sure that the administrative burdens are kept to an absolute minimum. Compliance must be possible, not just for the large multinational companies, but also for smaller businesses across our union. Digital solutions, efficient case management, and the sharing of good practices between authorities and companies are absolutely necessary tools for keeping compliance feasible, while also upholding high standards of control and security. Especially the small and medium-sized companies need clear guidance and predictable processes. If we have procedures that are too complicated or approval times that are too long, companies will be discouraged from exporting or investing in the EU. We must support them by offering understandable rules, open lines of communication, and easy access to guidance. In this way, we protect both our economic base and our shared security interest. So it is absolutely essential that we maintain an open dialogue between authorities and industry. Regulation developed in isolation will not work. It must be based on practical understanding of the realities that business operate within. And therefore, it's very important that we make the reviews count that we just have heard about, and we all play our part in getting the rules right. We need regular consultations, industry feedback, and transparent policy development in order to make our export controls more effective and applicable in practice. Trust and partnership between the private and the public sector is key assets as we move forward. Let me also stress that modern export controls should be risk-based and focused on the technologies and destinations that present real threats. By prioritizing the most sensitive areas, we can use our resources effectively and avoid placing unnecessary restrictions on business. Finally, as we look ahead, we must remember that responsible export controls are not a contradiction to growth. They are part of the framework that allows growth to happen safely, sustainable, and trustworthy. Robust compliance with the rules can even be a competitive parameter in a global economy. Our duty is to protect the European Union and strengthen our economic security while still enabling our businesses to innovate, connect, and compete around the world. Achieving the right balance is not easy. It is a process that requires dialogue and a willingness to learn and to improve. That's why events as the one today is so important. It is essential for the long-term security and success of Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hauptmann, for these opening remarks. So this concludes the first part of our conference today. We will now move on to the first panel. So I would invite the speakers and the moderator of the first panel to come to the podium. You will let me just say we are obviously a little bit late, so we will run the first panel to 11:15. I'm relying on Miriam to manage this effectively. And we will shorten slightly the coffee break to 20 minutes so that we keep everything on time. So please, I hand over the floor now to Miriam for the first session. Thank you. Sorry, one more as the panel is getting set up. One more, please, housekeeping. So those of you that still have luggage on your seats, please could you remove that, because there are still people who do not have a place to sit in the room. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to this excellent conference. We look forward to the day, and welcome with that to our first panel. Starting into the panels of today, we will explore a dynamic, complex, and strategically significant topic, the developments in export controls in 2025. Over the past year, the European Union has continued to refine the implementation and application of its export control framework to keep pace with rapid technological advancements and a shifting geopolitical landscape. Most notably, as the Commissioner mentioned in his keynote, on 8 September 2025 this year, the European Commission adopted a new delegated regulation updating the EU dual-use control list, Annex 1, to the dual-use regulation, reflecting the latest decisions of control list changes in the multilateral export control regimes, including sensitive technologies, which has been published in the official journal just today. Against this backdrop, today's discussion will focus on how member states, companies, civil society, and regulators and multilateralists view the technological and regulatory trends that have been shaping export control developments in 2025, taking into account increased geopolitical challenges and expanding compliance requirements. I'm very pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists and all of you what promises to be a very stimulating and forward-looking discussion, setting the stage for today's conference, and with a view to all the other panels that will touch base on the specific topics that we will also dive into a bit during the first panel. So before we move into the discussion, each of our panelists will start with a presentation to share their perspective on recent developments and priorities in export controls from their respective angles. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists who represent the diverse expertise driving developments in export controls from governments and international cooperation to compliance and civil society. First, we have Stéphane Chardon. Stéphane Chardon is Head of Sector for Export Controls in the European Commission's Directorate General for Trade and Economic Security. His responsibilities include export controls and related trade sanctions on sensitive technologies, prepare regulations, and monitoring their implementation through the EU, and representing the EU in international fora, including multilateral export control regimes and with third countries. Before, he held various positions in the Commission's external relations departments and in the EU delegations to Asmara and Moscow. Welcome, Stéphane, and thank you. Then, we will hear from Mathieu Fossat. Mathieu Fossat was appointed Head of Dual-Use Goods Services, in short SBDU, within the Directorate General for Enterprises of the Economic and Finance Ministries in France in June 2025. He began his career of officer in the Acquisition Corps of the Directorate General for Armaments, DGA, in 1999 as a test engineer and project manager, and then joined the DGA's International Directorate as head of the Australia, New Zealand, and Japan desk, then Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. In 2011, he was appointed Deputy Defense Attaché for Air, Naval Technological Cooperation with the DoD, and for Armament Cooperation with Canada at the French Embassy in the United States. Afterwards, he led artillery and radar detection programs for the Army. Then he joined the General Secretariat for Defense and National Security, SGDSN, as deputy to the Director of War Materials Exports. In 2019, he returned to the DGA as deputy for the Director for Export Controls. From September 22 on, until taking up his position as SBDU, he was Director of the Tiger Combat Helicopter Program Office at the DGA's Operation Directorate. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Followed, we will hear from Kolja Brockmann. Kolja Brockmann is a non-resident senior researcher with the Dual Use and Arms Trade Control Program at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, in short SIPRI, since 2017. He is also an independent consultant in Germany working on export control compliance and capacity building. His research focuses on the multilateral export control regimes, export controls on emerging technologies, and technology governance. A warm welcome, Kolja. And finally, we will hear from Ambassador Jörgi Molnar. Ambassador Molnar is the head of the Secretariat of the Wassenaar Arrangement. Previously, he was the Special Representative for Arms Control, Disarmament, and Non-Proliferation in the Hungarian MFAT. During his time, he was also the chair of the drafting committee of the 10th NPT Review Conference, president of the 8th Review Conference of the BWC, chairman of the Article 5 formal consultative meeting of state parties to the BWC, and the Hungarian Sherpa for the NSS process. He was also a member to the UN GGEs on nuclear disarmament verification, and previously the one on FMCT. In the MFAT, he served twice as Director General for Security Policy and Non-Proliferation. During his foreign assignments, he was the permanent representative of Hungary to the OSCE, served as the Hungarian mission to NATO and WEU as deputy permanent representative. Before that, he was assigned to the permanent mission of Hungary to the UN in New York, where he also served as alternate representative on the Security Council. A warm welcome, Ambassador. So, since we are short in time, we will dive directly into the presentations, and we'll start. Stéphane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Myriam. Good morning, bonjour à tous. Let me start first by saying that it's a great pleasure to be with you today, to see so many well-known faces, colleagues and friends, and I think we're all happy that we are resuming this tradition of export controls, export control forums, this useful tradition of export control forums. A word of caution, I have prepared many slides. Perhaps some are not surprised, but certainly many more than I could actually run in 15 minutes. So I will actually run very quickly through these slides. But I thought I would offer you the longer version because there's a lot of information there that you can look at even after the forum, even if I don't delve into certain slides during my presentation. And obviously, I count on Myriam to keep me on tracks.
I'll do my best.
So first, we're going to look at the latest developments from the European Commission perspective, but let's try indeed to look at things in perspective. I would like to start by observing that export control, EU export controls over the last few years have developed have developed under the pressure in a way of various factors. The first factor is the 2021 regulation, which revised most of the provision of the regulation and gave us mandates to take certain actions. So that's a first element, a first factor that really directed our work. A second factor is the increasing international engagement in which we have been involved, in particular over the last few years until recently under the Trade and Technology Council with the US, but also with other partners, some of them actually present in this room, and I welcome them on this occasion. So this is a second factor that really has impacted our work. A third factor has already been mentioned in the introductory session, and that is the deterioration of a global security environment, and first and foremost, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We could not obviously escape mobilizing export controls in response to this aggression. Last, but perhaps not least, a fourth factor that has directed, that has steered in a way our work, has been the emergence of geoeconomics as an element, as a factor for export controls. We perhaps were not in the driving seat on this, but clearly, as has been mentioned by the Commissioner and MEP Gregorová, this has definitely impacted our work over the last few years, and it has been illustrated, the EU response has been initiated by the adoption of the economic security strategy, and in particular a call for enhanced, more effective, more coordinated export controls. So this is where we come from, and this is what has essentially impacted our work. As a result, I would propose to present the latest developments along key major themes, or to structure my presentation along key major themes. First theme would be implementation. We've taken a number of actions to implement the regulation. Second theme would be modernization. We are also taking certain actions to bring the export control system to a higher level, to try to really advance EU export controls. Third, mobilization, and this in particular relates to the way we have used, in an unprecedented way, export controls in response to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And third, obviously, I will have a look at the economic security strategy and its impact on export controls. So first, let us look at implementation. Now, I will go, as I said, very quick on this. The first thing we do in terms of implementation is to regularly update the list of dual-use items. This is the backbone of our export control system. We need to maintain it updated, and that's what we do on a yearly basis. I will not enter into the details today. I've put a few elements on the slide, but basically we have published on 8th of September a Commission delegated regulation that updates the list and incorporates all the decisions of the multilateral export control regimes, including the Wassenaar Arrangement, Ambassador Molnar. We have been very diligent in implementing Wassenaar decisions. So that's, we can tick that box. We've done that in September, and as the Commissioner said, the regulation will actually be published in the official journal today. I hope I'm not mistaken. I see colleagues nodding. Has it already been published? It's already been published. Excellent. You know, the colleagues in the publication office are early birds, and it's good to have confirmation of this. The other thing in terms of implementation I would like to draw your attention to is the various national measures which have been introduced over the last few years, in particular over last year. You know full well that the EU system articulates national level action and EU common rules, and it is important, if you want to have a comprehensive view of the system, that you also consider the national measures. So without entering into the details, I would draw your attention to the latest publication, which was made in 2024. We are now in the process of updating this publication with new national measures adopted over the last 12 months, and hopefully this will be done by the end of the year. Some of the national measures, just a word on this, are really implementing national measures, but some actually have a very interesting and add to the system. I have noted on this slide, for instance, the decisions of Lithuania to prohibit exports to third countries through border crossings. This was a relatively novel type of action. But it's also important to note, if we look at the theme of administrative burden, which has been mentioned by Mr. Hauptmann in particular, that, for instance, Germany has issued a number of new national general export authorizations in an effort to balance the costs of compliance for companies. So that is an element of our export control system that we have updated and that we will continue to update. It's one of the developments I would like to highlight. Same thing with national control list. This is a particular type of national measure which has been introduced by the 2021 regulation. It's a list of items that is subject to control at the national level, but there is a very strong European dimension to these national control lists. Perhaps you could call them hybrid measures. They are national, but they are as much European as they are national, because they are meant to serve as a basis for other member states to actually, when necessary, control the items which are on the list. So again, it's a list that is adopted by one member state, but has the purpose of being implemented potentially by any member state in the EU. So a very new type of instrument. And member states have been quite active because of the deteriorated geopolitical environment in introducing national control lists. We have published a compilation, as we are mandated to. We have published a compilation of these national control lists last year. We're now reviewing the situation. We have not yet published an update for 2025 for a particular reason. There are many overlaps between these national control lists and the delegated regulation that has been adopted in September, and we would not want to publish national control lists which are superseded by the EU regulation. So we are currently discussing with member states how to proceed, but you can expect an update to this compilation early 2026 at any rate. Still on implementation, one of the mandates we had was to enhance transparency. This was a very strong demand from the European Parliament. We have adopted transparency guidelines in 2024, and since then we've started to implement these guidelines. We've released already 2 annual reports with licensing data, which has been collected and published along in line with these new guidelines. So basically, where in the past you had a handful of licensing data incorporated in the annual report, you now can enjoy about 100 pages of data attached to the report. You will agree with me that this is a significant progress. We're still struggling in collecting this data. It's complex, in particular for general and global authorizations. We are in the process of finalizing the annual report and releasing the 2024 licensing data, but that will probably be early 2026. Now, we have the data. What does the data tell us? I've included a few slides. I will only comment on the first slide. I will let you have a look at the others. I think they can be of interest if you want to understand how EU export controls are implemented. But basically, if we look at the 2024 data, which is not yet published and is not actually 100% complete, I have to add a word of caution here. It tells us that the total value of authorized dual-use exports amounts to almost 78 billion euros, which represents around 3% of EU exports, hence the importance of the administrative burden and competitiveness dimension to export controls. On the same vein, in volume terms, the implementation of controls translates into over 133,000 authorizations and notifications issued by the national competent authorities. And on the other side, only 487, it's a relatively stable number. There are sometimes years in which it increases, but we generally have around 500 denials, representing 0.01% of EU exports, and demonstrating that we follow a very targeted approach, unlike some of the third countries which have been mentioned before. So I think that's interesting data to give you a sense of a reality behind export controls. Many of you know this reality full well at the level of the companies. This gives you a reflection on this reality at the overall level. As I said, I won't go into the further slides. They show you data for individual export authorizations, where, for instance, you will see that China is the #1 destination. But if we look at global, I don't see very well here, at global export authorization, representing almost half of the value of controlled exports. Looking at general export authorizations, there you will see that the US and more generally EU 001 countries are the main destinations. And I thought perhaps also very quickly to mention that we have more than 12,000 exporters registered for use of general export authorizations. So it's a number which is increasing. 1,600 have registered last year. We also include a few data regarding the administration and enforcement of the regulation. You can have a look at them on the slide. I think it's important to give you an idea of the apparatus that is behind us. And perhaps last on implementation, I wanted to draw your attention to an ongoing case at the European Court of Justice, which is a very rare occurrence. There are very few cases at the Court of Justice, so it is worth looking at, just if only because of this, but also because it actually questions the interpretation of the definition of dual-use items, which you will agree is quite a fundamental notion in our export control system. So that's as much as I want to say on implementation. As I indicated, beyond implementation, we're going to go beyond implementation and to modernize the system, to adjust it to the challenges and the current circumstances. We have taken and we are taking various actions in this respect, which I will very briefly mention. First, we have adopted last year guidelines on exports of cyber surveillance technologies. This was mentioned by MEP Gregorová, and it continues to be an important issue on our agenda. Second, we are collectively looking at how to control emerging technologies. I mentioned national control list. I will also mention the consensus -1 delegated act. Third, we have started to coordinate the efforts of member states in the area of enforcement. This is really a new dimension for our export control system and a very important dimension. That's really when the rubber hits the road and when export controls actually make a difference on the ground. And last but not least, I know it is of interest to many of you in this room, we've started to develop guidelines on technology transfers. A word also on an aspect which is less visible. We are working with member states very hard to develop the IT infrastructure which supports the export control system. This is really important. I don't have time to spend on this, but it's really important to note that behind the rules and behind the people, we need to have an effective IT system to support information exchange, including with exporters, and we are in particular developing an electronic licensing system which is operated by some of our member states. So much for modernization. A few words on mobilization. I think what I want to say, the message I would like to pass to you today is that we obviously needed to react to the Russian aggression, war of aggression against Ukraine. We did so very swiftly. You will all remember that the first round of dual-use export restrictions was imposed the day after the invasion. We did that in a massive way, all dual-use items and beyond, because we have this list of advanced technologies for any purposes with very limited exemptions and derogations. But what I would really like to highlight today is that we have developed novel approaches to export controls, more targeted and arguably more effective. New tools, in particular the Russia entity list, but also the common high priority list, which allow us to really target those specific entities and persons who are involved in the circumvention of our restrictions. And I think we should ask ourselves also in the context of the upcoming evaluation, to what extent these novel tools, which have demonstrated their effectiveness in certain cases, could be a source of inspiration for export controls at large. I also want to acknowledge the unprecedented coordination with partners on this topic, and to illustrate the effectiveness of the measures with a graphic that shows how exports of CHPL have evolved after the introduction of the restrictions. Now, a few words in the few minutes that I have on economic security. You are all familiar with the economic security strategy of 2023, and the fact in particular that it called on the EU to enhance its export controls. We started to implement this very quickly, in particular with an economic security package in January 24, which included a white paper on export controls. And this white paper on export controls essentially set out an analysis of a geopolitical environment, identify risks inside the EU, risk of fragmentation of a single market inside the EU, risk that the EU cannot speak as an actor on the international scene, risk also that global supply chains might be disrupted with downstream impact on our industry. This was almost 2 years ago. Unfortunately, I think many of these risks are materializing as we speak. So what have we done? In response to this, we essentially had to take 4 kinds of actions. We decided to convene a high-level dual-use working party, a high-level forum for policy discussions. And since I have little time left, I will already inform you that this is an action that has actually been implemented, achieved. We had 2 days ago the third such meetings at policy level, at directors level, as we say, on export control policy. This is a new element in our infrastructure, which is helpful in providing a political steer to our export controls. The second action we wanted to take was to add new items to the to the EU control list, in spite of the blockages and the limitations in the regimes. You've heard from the Commissioner that today we've published a Commission delegated regulation which, in addition to the controls which have been formally adopted by the regimes, also introduces certain controls on items for which the member states, as members of multilateral regimes, have decided to make commitments. This, in short, demonstrates that we are addressing the deteriorating geopolitical context, and we are demonstrating a capacity to continue to act in spite of the limitations in the regimes. I was planning to give a quick overview of controls. I don't think I have the time to do this, but you can enjoy this. You will see in particular the 500 series, which is the new element that we have introduced. And I would now very briefly conclude by pointing to the next stage, which is the upcoming economic security doctrine. I think this will really be the next horizon for us, and when we meet again, hopefully in a year's time, we can take stock of what has been achieved under the economic security doctrine. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for going so quickly through the slides. And over to you.
Thank you very much, Stéphane, for providing an overview. And I think we can clearly tell that there is a lot of passion for the topic of export controls. And I would like to encourage you to make best use of the time on the margins of the conference to maybe touch base on the slides that you, because of me, were not able to go into detail now in the presentation. Thanks a lot. So with that, I will move over to our next speaker, Mathieu Fossat. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Miriam, and thank you, Stéphane, for this comprehensive presentation. My point will be more focused on the delegated act that has been officially published today. And I will try to convince you that in the EU, the dual-use control is dual not only by the matter that it deals with, but also it's dual in essence, meaning that it all works because we have both European level of regulation and because member states are involved in that control. Although we have a common regulation for the control of exports, brokering, technical assistance, transit and transfer of dual-use items, each member state is responsible for the practical implementation of this regulation within its national regulatory environment. There is therefore, as you know, a common foundation which defines many rules. What should be controlled, what types of authorizations can be granted and must be accepted by the member states as such, what principles come into play in our decisions, international obligations and commitments of the EU and member states, EU and OSCE sanctions, United Nations Security Council resolutions, and the common position, the CFSP 2008-944. And also, how do we coordinate as a union? So this is what the EU regulation provides with. And beside that, there are many characteristics that are specific to each member state. It's strategic interest. Even if our destinies are irrevocably linked, we all have our own interests. Depending on our own assessments of what is critical to them, countries have, of course, different strategic interests. It's the assessment of foreign policy and national security also. They often derive from the strategic interest, but also stems from each member state's history. The industry and technical assets of each member state. This is what its economy is built upon, often also with an interaction with its strategic interests. Some countries will thrive in the automotive industry, others in defense, others in agriculture, France in all of them. Its domestic national policy. Some issues do not percolate the same through the civil society in all countries. The example of arms exports. It's a question to public debate in some member states, where it's not a public concern or not a big public concern in others. And above all, each member state has its own governmental organization. There are so many models of democracies throughout Europe. We have parliamentary monarchies, parliamentary systems, semi-presidential, presidential systems, with centralized or federal organizations. All these specific characteristics make each member state unique. And the way each of them implements the dual-use regulation is also unique. That is, in a way, all the charm of the European Union. But it is also a necessity, because the needs of the exporters and the corresponding risks are not the same in all the member states. So are these member state specificities nevertheless an obstacle to the coordination and coherence of European control? I don't believe so. The essential thing, what creates this coherence and allows European countries to keep their commitments with regard to weapons of mass destruction, non-proliferation, and counter-proliferation, is in or within the dual-use items control regulation, which all member states, as you know, must apply, and which empowers them to control these items. This is why the update of the Annex 1 to the EU Regulation 2021-821 that has just been published is of particular importance. And I must praise the action of the Commission and member states in this regard. And this is not a self-satisfaction because I did not participate in it. I'm too young in the process. So to fully understand what was at stake before this publication, we must return to the origin of this famous Annex 1 and this update. As you probably know, Annex 1 of the regulation defines the dual-use products, software and technologies whose export, technical assistance, brokering, transit and transfer are subject to the control of the member states. Its origin lies within different non-proliferation groups, namely the Nuclear Suppliers Group for nuclear technologies, the Wassenaar Arrangement for technologies usable in conventional weapons, the Australia Group for biological and chemical technologies, and the Missile Technology Control Regime, well, for missile technology. These technical and non-binding regimes in which non-EU states, such as US, Japan, Russia, Ukraine, participate, have the mission to unanimously agreeing on updates of lists of items that merit special controls. Once again, with the logic of countering the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and the dissemination of conventional weapons. I will be very schematic here, but Annex 1 to the European regulation is a compilation of the list of the full multilateral regime. And again, this defines the items that all member states must control. All this is very simple in principle. Multilateral regimes agree on what needs to be controlled, and the EU regulation is updated accordingly. Well, this was before Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2022, Europe's unanimous condemnation of it, and the strengthening of sanctions against Russia. Since then, and Ambassador Molnar will certainly better describe it than I will, Russia has refused to participate in the technical debates of the Wassenaar arrangement. So, unable to reach a full consensus, the group could theoretically no longer fulfill its function, even when all participants but Russia agreed. This deadlock had three major consequences. First, the impossibility for the EU to update its control list with the risk of dissemination of emerging technologies. Then the weakening of the multilateral regimes, if they are no longer able to reach a consensus. And by the way, what is the point of updating the lists of the Wassenaar Agreement if most of its countries, the European ones, can no longer take updates into account? And then the distortion of the level playing field within the EU, with risk of circumvention of the controls, when certain countries, like France and others, decided to control these items anyway through their national control lists. This deadlock and difficult situation gave many arguments to the detractors of these multilateral regimes, and to those who, even within the Wassenaar Agreement, are sometimes tempted to use it for economic purposes rather than for non-proliferation purposes. So faced with this situation, we must praise the perseverance of the Wassenaar Agreement team, who maintained their work. Since the group is a technical group and Russia's position in principle was purely political, it was possible to build quasi-consensual proposals that could be exploited by the benevolent members of the arrangement. This was the first part of the answer to the impasse. Produce a reference that can be used by the member states. But with that list, we had gone only halfway. We were indeed, at this stage, at least 26 member states, those who participate in the Wassenaar regime, recognizing that these items deserve to be controlled. This doesn't mean that we controlled them yet. To control them, we had to integrate them into a regulation. But how? There is indeed the possibility, that's what some member states did, to use the Article 9 of the EU regulation, which allows member states to implement national control lists. This is, so France did it, other member states did as well. But this solution was only half satisfactory, as it gave a disorderly image of the EU, incapable of coordinated response to current challenges. We therefore had to go further. This is the second part of the response, which was initiated by France and Germany with the support of other member states and then the support of the Commission. It involved relying on Article 17 of the regulation to update Annex 1 by a delegated act. Once this annex had integrated the new items from Wassenaar, all member states could control the same items. To do this, it was first necessary for member states to agree on several points. First, the very principle of the delegated act. It may seem obvious, but nothing is ever obvious in the EU. Then the use of the control lists resulting for Wassenaar's quasi-consensus, what is called the consensus -1. Since only 26 member states out of the 27 participate in the Wassenaar regime. This was not obvious either at the start. And then we had to agree on what we should ask the Commission to execute in order to update the Annex 1. At the end of this work by the Member States, a consensual mandate could be given to the Commission to initiate the update procedure. This resulted in the publication of today's publication of the new Annex 1. This is, to our appreciation, a great success, and a common success on several accounts. It's an international success which confirms the relevance of the multilateral regimes. And we are particularly confident that those regimes are important today. Then it's a success of the Member States, which confirms their ability to adapt together to the evolution of the world and the threats. And finally, it's a success of the EU in that it provides an experience that will allow us, I hope, to be more reactive together in the future. This success also shows that coordination within the EU does not only happen through legislation and regulations, nor is it reserved to the Commission, with which we worked among Member States, with which we worked in excellent harmony throughout the process, I must say. Technical cooperation among Member States can be the source of initiatives that take on deep meaning on the subject as essential, on subjects as essential, as counterproliferation. And this works when everyone is in their role. This gives much hope and energy for what comes next, because the work is not finished for us. If you have followed closely, we are a few states that must now get rid of national control lists that have become obsolete or useless. We also have other projects, such as the clarification of the control of intangible technology transfers that are underway, and on which I know that we Member States are eagerly awaited by exporters. The EU regulation gave us enough flexibility to adapt, both in the way export control is implemented in each Member State and at the EU level. As long as we maintain this flexibility, I'm confident about our ability to meet these challenges. And I will be happy to answer any question you may have later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the deep dive into Annex 1 and the latest update. I think of great interest to the audience here in the room. Next, we will hear from Kolja Brockmann. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and also to the Commission again for the invitation to participate. We're also very glad that this forum is coming together again, as it is a really important place for us to come together from all different perspectives on export control. Now, in my presentation today, I will speak a bit about emerging technologies and the developments that we saw happening in 2025. Rather than giving you perhaps an update on the menu of the day of emerging technologies, as one could do, in my presentation what I'll rather do is try to talk to some of the trends in export controls of emerging technologies that we've seen in 2025, the continuing challenges that emerging technologies create for export controls. I'll dive into a brief case study on the quantum computer technology controls, and I'll provide you with a bit of an outlook and maybe some of the policy questions that we from the outside see coming up when it comes to the controls that are happening beyond the consensus in the multilateral regimes that were already mentioned here, and sort of like the global perspective on these controls. Now, let me start with some of the trend lines that have been shaped by developments in this area. When we think back to sort of like 7, 8 years ago, the public discussion on emerging technologies were very much shaped by hype. I think I'm confident to say that we have at least to some extent moved beyond that, and discussions are now much more focused on targeted but also limited controls in areas that really need it. As was already mentioned both by the commissioners and by the preceding speakers, there also continues to be a significant strain on the multilateral export control regimes as they very much continue to struggle with finding consensus on key decisions, both when it comes to actually running the regimes, so finding chairs, therefore also plenaries, intersessional meetings, and as we've heard, even some of the specific discussions on technical matters. And that obviously includes the discussions on many of the important emerging technologies that primarily happen within the regimes. And the longer this situation persists, the more strain there's also on these technical functions, which, initially continued to work, although there was lack of political consensus. But the longer the situation persists, this obviously becomes more and more of an issue. And if decisions cannot be taken, as we're seeing, states are looking to alternative routes of taking these discussions forward. Particularly in the broader area of emerging technologies, we've therefore seen an increasing use of unilateral national controls and both minilateral and plurilateral coordination formats that are happening outside the regimes. The bundle of controls on semiconductors, additive manufacturing, and quantum technologies that were ultimately adopted in the EU control list update for all member states surely marked the most important step from a European perspective. But we've also seen different approaches in certain areas of emerging technology that have been pursued this year. One example that perhaps was quite controversially discussed is the US AI diffusion rule, which, in the end was suspended in a sense, but I think still not repealed. But that, I think, showed to states as well sort of like the extent and different approach that states might choose in order to address their national concerns about certain emerging technologies. All that said, the challenges of controlling emerging technologies persist. And I think it's important to mention that as well, because some of that is inherent to emerging technologies, and in a way it is normal that designing and actually agreeing on controls takes time. The continuing and often rapid technological development, the lack of technical standards suitable for control parameters, and the early stage of adoption of emerging technologies that linked to possible impact on innovation of emerging industries, that all means that it's quite difficult and naturally takes a certain amount of time. Identifying the need, discussing and actually developing list-based controls within the regimes has always been a time-intensive process, and for sure, and that is obviously where we're seeing one of the choke points, the mobilization of political will and international agreement is a necessity to using the regimes as the vehicle to achieve common controls. Beyond the adoption of new controls, the implementation of catch-all controls, intangible technology controls, and here obviously I'm happy to hear that the process is ongoing on providing new guidance for intangible transfers, as well as classification of emerging technologies. These are all essential implementation challenges that persist and that require the input and development both from the EU side on the national level and the dialogue with the exporters to help overcome those and make them manageable. To maybe take a brief look at quantum computer controls as an example of an emerging technology, because this reflects some of the trends and challenges that I just mentioned. So quantum computers are very much an emerging technology that has been made subject to export controls and is part of security discussions for a number of years now. So, you know, this has been discussed in the Wassenaar arrangement for several years, but no consensus could be reached. So since 2024, we had several EU member states and other states adopting national controls on quantum computers related technologies, including cryogenic cooling systems and specific semiconductors. And so we've seen adoption by the US, by EU member states, Canada, Japan, Korea, Switzerland, but also, for example, by India. So it's not exclusively been sort of like the, one might say, Western group, but it's also expanded a bit beyond that. Obviously, now we have the implementation as part of the update to the EU control list as well, so that, you know, at least for the EU and in terms of the level playing field for EU actors, is a very significant development. But if we look at quantum computers, they are not a mature technology yet. In fact, there's several different design approaches that are being developed. So actually identifying which is the perhaps most advanced or the one that we're expecting to be most successful is quite difficult. And to be honest, most experts say it's too early to say. So we have controls in this area, but there is also a certain expectation that there would be updates to this, that potentially there need to be adaptation or change to some of the parameters used, and they are not as applicable to all different design approaches that are currently being pursued. All that to say, as is often the case, there's an expectation that controls will have to be updated, choke points will have to be continually monitored and reevaluated, while many controls in practice that we see now will likely focus on technology transfers, catch-all controls, and end-user-based controls. That sort of leads me into the next point that I was going to make, which is, you know, we shouldn't forget about the compliance side and the exporters here. The compliance professionals in the EU now increasingly have to navigate not only the legal requirements in the context of export control compliance, but economic security and more specifically also the research security measures are something that now provides quite a complex environment that they have to deal with. The growing scope of different the growing scope of different rationales that applies to compliance and due diligence, and the different nationals, or in our case, EU controls, also means that there are potentially more points of divergence in interpretation, coverage, and due diligence requirements on the global playing field. The adoption of common EU controls on some emerging technologies obviously is a very important step in this area and helps shaping this on the EU level, and shaping economic and research security at the EU level hopefully is also a step that will help ensure this level playing field for EU actors. There are naturally also questions about the impact on international research and collaboration and the international playing field. A key question here will be who defines what economic security and research security mean in practice, and how this will bear on the concrete compliance requirements for exporters. this speaks very much to a need for clear communication and expectation management by states, their national authorities, and, in the cases where it's appropriate, very much the EU. Finally, I would like to close with a few reflections on the adoption of controls on emerging technologies outside of the regimes, perhaps from a global perspective. So the increasing adoption of controls outside of the regimes, some refer to it as consensus -1. I guess that is the ideal case if it is only one country which is breaking consensus. Not sure if that will always be the case. But so one of the questions then obviously is, through which forums do we coordinate any updates to the controls that were discussed, for example, in Wassenaar with only one state breaking consensus? The example of quantum computer technologies, I think, should be a telling one here, where, at least from the scientists, there is an expectation that as the technology develops, some of this might need to develop as well. So where do we talk about it? Do we talk about it in the EU? Do we talk about it on the sidelines of Wassenaar? Can we continue to discuss this within Wassenaar, although it was adopted outside? Do we need another type of forum in order to do that? But if we do it, how can we take on board everyone? Obviously, we want to do this among our EU partners, with our allies, but we've been promoting export controls very much beyond that and internationally, and the EU control list is supposed to be a global standard that we are promoting as well, and that we're using to reduce the risks of WMD proliferation and the risks to international security. So we need to be able to have a good message to accompany this, although they're no longer, some controls may no longer be based on consensus in the regimes. So we will have to find ways for this to be done sustainably. That also includes then, criteria on when do we adopt controls where we can't find consensus in the regimes. Is what might be the level at which we do that? Is it going to happen in a way as it happened now, with individual states signaling the need by adopting national controls first, and then a process of coordination at the EU level? I think there's a lot of questions in terms of how this will be done in the future, if it can be in an organized way, if it has to be ad hoc. There's a lot of questions that this still poses. And particularly in a time of intense geopolitical and economic competition, we need to not lose sight of how this affects the global level playing field, how it affects the ability of European companies and research institutes to participate and compete internationally, and for the EU's standard-setting power when it comes to export controls. For that to continue, because that certainly is one of the strengths that the EU has had in this, from the global perspectives, that I think particularly people who participate in the global capacity building work will very much tell you. I think I will leave it at that, and happy to respond to any questions in the Q&A. Sorry, I think that didn't work with the slides, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kolja, for your overview regarding trends of emerging technologies in 2025, and I'm sure that the slides can be shared afterwards with the audience so that you can all take a look at the slides Kolja shared. With this and with a view to the time, I will directly hand over to Ambassador Molnar. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Miriam. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be a panelist with such distinguished experts. The timing of the forum, from our perspective, is very fortunate because we are going to have our annual plenary meeting in the first week of December, just over 2 weeks. So the forum provides me an opportunity to share with you a brief assessment of the work we have done this year. Unfortunately, technical advances, sophisticated methods of proliferation and diversion are creating new risks, in particular regarding emerging technologies and the intangible transfer of technology which comes with it. Thus, export controls are very much on the spotlight, as we have heard from previous speakers, because governments consider them as important tools to safeguard peace and security. The $1 million question is whether export controls can address these challenges. In my view, the old system with the adjustments we have heard about already can do that. However, it requires more time, patience, and efforts than ever before. In the Wassenaar arrangement, it means that beyond the traditional military domains of land, sea, and air, our participating states are increasingly developing export controls relevant to emerging technologies. And this brings in the domain of outer space and cyberspace as well. By doing so, the Wassenaar arrangement has shown, even if not as much as we all have preferred, its ability to achieve tangible outcomes in a challenging security environment. Despite of their differences, participating states continue to cooperate to preventing diversion without hampering legitimate international trade and cooperation. It is most visible when it comes to updating the Wassenaar arrangement control lists. This year, we had a record number of 121 proposals. Even though some of them are resubmissions, this is a strong signal that the multilateral approach remains to be the preferred one by our participating states. It is also important to note that 1/3, I repeat, 1/3 of the new proposals were agreed. This figure is unfortunately not as high as it was before 2022, but it is a meaningful outcome given the complexity of the topics, the different technical approaches, and the geopolitical situation. Let me mention a few of the agreements reached on proposals submitted this year regarding, for instance, lasers, seabed surveying equipment, imaging and temperature sensors, ceramic composite materials. A number of clarifications on language of existing entries were also agreed, contributing to the improved readability of the control lists. I trust that the progress we have made, or better to say our experts made, in the long run may provide an opportunity for further progress also in such important areas as quantum computers, semiconductor manufacturing, and specific additive manufacturing. Updating the Wassenaar arrangement control list takes place in the expert group, which is a unique forum because nothing like it exists anywhere else in the international fora. The expert group is the forum where national technical experts meet for 6 weeks a year and also work intersessionally through our protected internal information system. The dedication of these experts is impressive. Let me add here that we have to differentiate between the work in our bodies which address policy issues, like the annual plenary, and the so-called 2 general working groups, where also policy issues discussed, included areas of conflict. And as you can imagine, when the Wassenaar arrangement was created, it was not foreseen that one participating state would commit an aggression against another one. So that's why in these 2 bodies we have heated discussions on policy-related issues. At the same time, in the expert group, where national experts discuss the proposals to update the control list, the work is not politicized. And each and every participating state, all the 42 participating states actively participate in this discussion. It's a different matter whether at the end of the day there is a consensus on the proposals. As I said, the number of agreements is not as high as it used to be, but under the current circumstances, to agree on 1/3 of the new proposals is not that bad. It's also true that most of the issues or proposals, when it's consensus -1, it's one participating states, the same participating states, which is the -1, but there are other proposals where other countries are blocking consensus alone. And there are some proposals on which EU member states block consensus alone. So it is part of the full picture. So all in all, we have to be very thankful to our experts and to their very hard work during the year, and especially those countries who take a leading role in this work. So this year and also next year, the expert group is chaired by the Netherlands, and namely by Annette de Wit, who is with us today. So during the breaks, if you want to come to us and ask questions related to this, you can also approach her, not only me. Also, we have subgroups on different issues under the expert group, and 2 of them chaired by colleagues from Finland and Sweden. So EU countries take a leading role in this area. So moving from the technical side of the Wasson arrangement, there was also a full program of standard setting and other policy-related work this year. We considered proposals for new best practice guidelines and reviewed several public documents to ensure that they remain current and relevant. Sharing the results of our work with outreach partners continued to be a priority. It helps to promote responsibility and to further integrate these countries into supply chains. In June, we hosted the so-called Enhanced Technical Briefing, what is a biannual event, and it includes many major exporters and importers of WA control items. It provides an opportunity to inform our partners regarding the changes to the control lists and also to engage experiences on implementation. Participation in this biannual event has grown stronger in the recent years, which also shows that there is interest in the multilateral approach. We have more experts coming mainly from Asia and from the Middle East. We are also pleased to support EU outreach efforts also through the P2P program, and we are also happy to receive delegations and provide them to briefings in Vienna. Looking forward to next year, in 2026, one of the bodies addressing policy issues, which is under the plenary meeting, the so-called General Working Group, will be chaired by the Netherlands, and the expert group is continued to be, by Belgium, and the expert group is continued to be chaired by the Netherlands. It is very fitting that EU member states will have such a leading role next year, which marks the 30th anniversary of the creation of the Wasson arrangement. Allow me to conclude with a few observations. We are very pleased that our participating states remain committed to their shared objective of preventing the diversion of control items and technology without hampering peaceful and legitimate international trade and cooperation. And I was also very pleased to hear that it was confirmed by the Commissioner in his introductory statement. Our control lists have proven a reliable and effective basis for export controls. At the same time, I cannot be denied that making decisions in the Wasson arrangement has recently been challenging. As I pointed out earlier, the outcome is not as good as it used to be, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that the work is paralyzed. By the way, every multilateral body, including our sister export control regimes, face this challenge. I also need to add that it has always been possible for our participating states to implement additional export control measures on a national or regional basis regarding technology for which consensus hasn't been formed in the Wasson arrangement. Nevertheless, I still believe that it is important to achieve multilateral controls, even if this requires time and patience. Frequent divergences from the multilateral standards could become a significant burden for both governmental licensing authorities and industry. There always needs to be a balance between the urgency and the wider benefits of multilateral action. Feedback suggests that overall, Exporters prefer the predictability and level playing field, which only controls agreed in multilateral export control regimes can provide. Therefore, working on a multilateral basis is more important than ever because we can only harmonize a diverse range of national perspectives by working together. When it comes to conventional arms, their munition, and dual-use items and technologies, the forum for that is the Wassenaar arrangement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and for taking us with you into the technical discussions in the Wassenaar arrangement and sharing your insights in this regard. I would like to thank all speakers for your excellent presentations on the comprehensive overview that you have provided. There is a multifaceted, multifaceted layers to export controls, and with a view to the time, we do have 1 minute left. So I think we can bargain a bit with our organizers that we have the ability to open the floor now for questions so that we can include 2 or 3 questions from the audience. So I would, 2 questions? Okay, that's, thank you for the flexibility. So I would like, to open the floor for questions from participants to the panelists. And I see a question over there. Would you please state your affiliation and who you address your question to?
Thank you. My name is Sune Danielsson. I used to be head of the Wassenaar Secretariat once upon a time. Afterwards, I have also had the pleasure of working in European Union projects in different parts of the world. And I can tell you one thing. I hope it's good news. The European Union control lists are a gold standard. I think it's very important for countries to know that this is expected when you talk about export control. You create a level playing field. You know it doesn't particularly, how to say, favor one side or the other side of the Atlantic, but it seems a more neutral reflection of what the world thinks because it comes from the export control regimes. I'm a bit concerned that, if of course, I understand that national control lists need to be updated to protect the interests and so on, but this multilateral approach has a value in itself, I believe, and that, in that sense, the EU control lists have been very helpful, and I hope that they will not be fragmented through the national editions that are ahead. But I don't address this to any particular member of the panel, but rather I express my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment and sharing your views. Is there anyone who would like to react? Rather a comment than a question, I understood. So I'm happy to also move on to the next question then in this regard.
Am I not on? Sorry, Chris Chew from the UK Export Licensing Authority. Again, it's not a question, just a comment, but in light of what's just been said, I'd like to say that the UK is also updating its dual-use export control list. And we'll be adopting the EU numbering system, the 500 series, and we expect that to come into force in mid-December. So at least on the dual-use side, we'll be fully aligned with the EU. As Ambassador Danielsson said, I think it's important that we do stay aligned for businesses and so on. So I hope that's useful information for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing, and thank you very much for that information, which is, I think, of great relevance to exporters, especially here in the room, and everyone else, all stakeholders, of course. Thank you a lot. So I see that there's more questions, but I see that we need to continue, and I would like to encourage you all to make best use of the coffee breaks and maybe look for panelists. I hope I'm allowed to say that, and would like to thank you all for your insights, for the excellent presentations, and I look forward to continue our exchange because I think it's of great value to export controls as such. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to Mariam and the colleagues who presented. The coffee break will be shortened to 20 minutes, so we'll start again at 11:40. Okay? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to go back to your seats, please, and the speakers to come to the podium? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but they don't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you take your seats, please? Could you close the door? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats so that we can start the next session, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can you hear me?
No.
I don't think they can hear. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a bit tough.
It's the
Ladies and gentlemen, no, it doesn't work. Test.
Voila, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Welcome to this second panel of the day. Thank you so much. Now we managed to have silence. So I'm very pleased to be here and to moderate this very interesting panel. As you know, the theme today is about increasingly complex compliance environment, the perspective from industry and research community. It's a privilege for me to be here and to open the discussion, particularly after we heard after the first panel was more on the institutional level. Now we're opening up also to our other partners which are essential, like industry and research. Over the past years, the global landscape for export controls has evolved, as we saw, with unprecedented speed. Technological convergence, new dual-use capabilities, emerging geopolitical tensions, and rapidly shifting supply chains have reshaped the responsibilities of governments, of researchers, and companies alike. Compliance is no longer a static exercise. It's become more and more a dynamic framework that must adapt to the new realities, to innovation, while preserving security, of course, competitiveness, and scientific progress. And today's conversation, I think, brings together two communities whose perspectives are really essential and complementary. Industry faces the daily challenge of translating complex regulatory requirements into operational practice, often in a highly internationalized context. And research community, for its part, operates at the frontier of knowledge, where openness and collaboration are fundamental values, and where awareness of strategic risk is increasingly necessary. Along the former institutions, both national and European, are, of course, a third essential community in this ecosystem, carrying the responsibility of ensuring, at least in trying ensuring coherence, foresight, and stability, while also providing the regulatory clarity that enables industry and research actors to innovate securely and to operate with confidence in an increasing, demanding global environment. Our objective in this session, I think, is to explore how these two words can really work in concert, how regulatory clarity can support technological development, how responsible research practices can be strengthened, and how companies can build robust compliance architecture that remain agile in the face of complexity. And above all, we aim to identify practical pathways for cooperation, trust, and mutual understanding. I think that's why we are all here from different worlds, trying to look at each other, try to have a strong dialogue, try to enhance our common understanding. I want to thank, first of all, our panelists for their expertise and commitments. I invite each of you, of course, to contribute to a discussion that is at the same time technical, but also profoundly strategical. And I think it's very important for Europe's future. So we have now this panel, the export control from different vantage points. So we will start with Ms. Rosa Rosanelli. She will start with the aerospace and defense perspective, analyzing a regulatory environment that is more and more complex to navigate and its impact on global supply chains and competitiveness. Then we'll have Dr. Johan Evers, who will bring in the view from research and academia, showing how researchers and universities balance openness with growing compliance expectations. Then we have Ms. Eva Lakova will take us into the corporate world, where export controls often depend on a few dedicated people holding together systems which are more and more fragmented, and what it takes also to build lasting structure and resilience. And finally, Emmanuel Lardeux will close a broader industry association view, highlighting how important collaboration is and the role of CIEPS. So let us begin with the first speaker. So Ms. Rosa Rosanelli, she's Vice President, Head of Compliance for Patria Group, an international provider of defense, security, aviation, life cycle support services, pilot training and technology solution. She chaired the Export Control Committee of ASD, the Expert Committee on Export Control and Sanction within the European Aerospace and Defense Industry Association since 2022. She's authored several legal publications and member of the editorial board of specialized reviews. She's also project lead for the Trade Compliance Project, a cooperation between Patria and Kongsberg Groups, which was awarded a WECR award in 2022. She's a lawyer specialized in export control. She holds a Master of Law, Airspace and Telecommunication, Paris 11 University, and a Master in International Relations at Rome La Sapienza. Please, Ms. Rosanelli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Giorgio. Good morning. And thanks to the European Commission for bringing us together again. It is encouraging to see this export control forum return after a few years' break. And I really hope that this platform will remain alive and it will continue every year. In this panel, we talk about complexity. I would also like to talk, like the previous speakers in the opening session, about uncertainty, rapid technological innovation, and geopolitical tensions. In this context, dialogue between regulators and industry is a necessity. And that's true especially for small and medium enterprises, for which I'm sure this event is particularly valuable. As mentioned, I chair the Export Control Committee of ASD. The Export Control Committee is a technical working group. It's composed of experts in export controls and sanctions and practitioners. And the ASD is the Aerospace Security and Defense Industry Association of Europe. There's something wrong with my slides, I guess. Okay, thank you. So the Aerospace Security and Defense Industry Association roughly represents 98% of the industries of the sector, including direct members, which are 24 biggest companies, and the national industry associations. Naturally, our community sits at the intersection between security, technological innovation, and international collaboration. And forums like this, where we can share perspectives, hear directly from the regulators, and build trust, are essential to making export controls both effective and workable. Because the complexities we are facing can only be managed through sustained dialogue, and the challenges we are facing today cannot be solved in isolation. And that brings us to our topic of today, which is the increasingly complex compliance environment that economic operators and also research institutions now operate in. We live in a world that is becoming more and more complex by the day, both politically, economically, and technologically. That is undeniable. But it also goes hand in hand with an unprecedented expansion and diversification of trade compliance obligations. We are confronted with broader and multiple lists of controlled items due to the challenge of new and emerging technologies, and as it was mentioned earlier, the limited functioning of the Wassenaar arrangement since the start of the war in Ukraine, which has made it increasingly difficult to update control lists multilaterally. As a consequence, we've seen several countries turning to their national control lists, which have increased fragmentation and divergences between jurisdictions and determined a variable geometry of controlled items. Now, we heard that new solutions are now available to this aspect, although some minor differences may persist. And as the ambassador mentioned earlier, from compliance perspective, we risk a cycle of catch-up and new national control lists to target items that the EU still doesn't cover. That's combined with more and more blurred lines between civilian and military use. There is more demand for civilian technologies application for supporting the growth of the European defense and technological industrial base. There is also more participation of traditionally civilian operators to defense collaborative projects. In our trade compliance management systems, we also need to consider sanctions, and sanctions compliance has dramatically changed in the past few years, especially since the Russia sanctions regulation and the series of packages that have quickly succeeded one another. As a result, we must also focus on items that are mostly civilian, which are included in the common high priority list, that also need to be addressed in a special way. In addition to sanctions, we've seen a series of sanctions-like measures, like very high tariffs or export control restrictions for certain specific destinations, which also have a cumulative impact on supply chains, cost structures, and compliance. Due diligence to properly address circumvention risks has become nothing short of investigative work, and is more and more tied to other topics, such as corporate responsibility or expectations for human rights due diligence. Intangible technology transfers need to be mentioned, and I must say, when I first joined the Export Control Committee in 2018, this topic was already on the agenda. I'm told by my colleagues it's been there for at least 10 years. And some of you may remember during the last Export Control Forum, I was exactly talking about this topic. So, not a new challenge, but it has become increasingly critical and urgent with rising European collaboration, including through EDF, European Defence Fund, and other international collaborative projects, but also growing intra-company and international collaboration in general. We also face high unpredictability in the US, with trade measures which are updated and sometimes suspended very rapidly, and with less opportunities for dialogue with US institutions and authorities. We've seen also new measures from China, which leads to an overall increase of the extraterritorial burden of export controls, from export controls on critical inputs like rare earth minerals to the national unreliable entity list that can affect European companies with supply chain in China. And finally, the fast pace of all these changes. For companies operating in global value chains, this translates into an intricate web of compliance obligations that are constantly shifting. and that can challenge access and continuity of supply chain, and therefore can have direct implications on resilience and competitiveness of our industries. So how do we react to all these challenges? The near constant update of export controls and restrictive measures requires real-time monitoring and agile implementation, and therefore cannot be met without implementing adequate digital tools, which are also quite costly in general, especially in the areas of due diligence, monitoring, classification management, and technical data transfers. Adequate resources are needed, but very often it is difficult to find people with the right profile or a complete profile. So we also need to find ways to address the problem of training or training needs, and to do that when knowledge is both a living asset and a moving target, especially for expert personnel. It was mentioned earlier, risk-based approaches need to be adopted to focus on the right items, the right destinations, the right red flags, supported by an adequate governance model for decision-making. And especially dialogue with the authorities in the plural form, because we're no more in a context where companies only operate in one member state, but more often than not in several. And the expectations may vary significantly, and they're not always included in written guidance. Now, these are substantial efforts, but they need to be met by a regulatory framework that provides clarity, consistency, and predictability. How? Here are some examples. I mentioned clear guidance on ITT, intangible technology transfers, is needed and urgent. And this is a topic that concerns both military and dual-use items, and therefore needs to be addressed in the same way and in a coordinated manner. Traditional concepts, legacy of a world where physical shipments of goods were the norm, are not adapted for ITT, nor to support our company's competitiveness and readiness for a changing security environment. Fast-paced changes in regulation require more consistent and more proactive dialogue with regulators. And that's to clarify requirements, but also to understand practical expectations for implementation. Dialogue is not optional. It is key to our resilience. Circumvention risks of sanctions and export controls must be addressed with the right tools. A clause is not the right tool. What would be beneficial would be more sharing of information on patterns of diversion, countries involved, grey lists of companies associated to circumvention risks, so that we can be mindful of those and promptly react for supply chain resilience. Also in the EU, we have an important obstacle to due diligence on corporate ownership chains, and that's the limited access to EU BO registers since the European Court of Justice decision of November 2022, which requires a urgent solution to increase transparency. Training and guidance for new actors in collaborative projects like SMEs, research organizations, and startups is needed. And finally, we need to avoid the risk of fatigue. In a system that is so unpredictable and inconsistent, and strive to avoid compliance formalism, that is focusing on the paperwork instead of managing risk effectively. And this can be only achieved together. We recognize the critical role of export controls and sanctions in safeguarding European and global security, and our commitment to compliance is absolute. However, in a world that is becoming more and more uncertain, our ability to protect security, sustain innovation, and maintain trust depends on having a system that is predictable, understandable, and proportionate. So my invitation today is simple. Let's continue building this system together. Regulators, industry, and the rest of the export control community through open dialogue, mutual understanding, and shared responsibility to ensure that Europe remains both secure and competitive, and that we protect what really matters, our people, our values, and our capacity to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Very clear message, really interesting, and also good time management. So our next speaker now on the list is Ioannidis. Is currently Technical Coordinator, Export Control, Sanctions, Security and Defense and Knowledge Security at IMEC, a world-leading semiconductor research center based in Belgium. Also co-chair the European Export Control Association for Research Organization. And previously, Jan served as Technical Export Control Analyst in the Department of Chancellery and Foreign Affairs and Flemish Government. He was also seconded here at the European Commission at DG Trade. Very interesting, and he chaired the working group for EU industry compliance guidance for dual-use export controls. So he's really an expert, but now his perspective is maybe more for a researcher. He has a PhD in bioscience engineering from KU Leuven. Johan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the Commission, and in particular Stéphane, Chardon, and the colleagues for reactivating this forum and keeping academia as a topic on the agenda. We appreciate that a lot. So indeed, my talk will be about European Export Control Association for Research Organization, ICARO, and in particular, what are the challenges and opportunities that the research community sees in the current state of play of export controls. For those of you who are not familiar with ICARO, it was founded in 2022, and it's open for not-for-profit research organizations in the European Union, Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. And we have currently members in 15 countries and about 190 compliance officers taking part in the activities. Our key mission and mandate is to support compliance officers within research organizations and to engage with authorities on export control related measures. You see then the founding members there, so I work at IMEC, and IMEC is one of these founding members. That about ICARO. What have we been doing in the past year? Just to give you an overview of what are the interests of research organizations when we take a look at export controls. During annual conference, one of the topics was managing national control lists in a research collaboration setting, and also managing defense-related funded projects in a research setting. These are topics which are of high priority to take a closer look at from a research organization. Internal compliance programs is an evergreen when you take a look at research organizations. They want to know how to set it up, how to review it, how to make it better. So that is a continued topic. Intangible technology transfers, Rosa mentioned it already, but it's a high priority for ICARO to get finally the everlasting darlings off the table and get an improved setting there on that topic, but my next slide will talk more there. AI support for export control measures was also a topic, and I will give some overview there later in the presentation. Of course, US export controls, that's also an evergreen, in particular for non-US based research organizations. For instance, the BIS 50% rule or affiliates rule, which is suspended already in the meantime. It gives an illustration of the dynamics lately. So that brings to the focus of ownership due diligence and the risks and the challenges there, which brought that rule quite up to the surface. Then the intersection between export controls and research security, I will also mention that because it's a high priority. We see very two dynamic fields now, and research security is flying off significantly, and it has, of course, an impact of how export controls is being positioned within research organizations. And then the update of Annex 1, in particular the new and emerging technologies, because frontier technologies are the obvious place where R&D is performing, so that is of high interest there as well. And then what we call Practice Fridays, which is peer community learning, where we take a look at cases and we exchange how we would approach such a case. It's fictitious, but it's real life, and it's really one of the core activities ICARO is why it exists, that is to let the peers talk to each other, learn from each other, because that's what is actually needed in this very dynamic or volatile area. Then ITT. We have reformulated and reformulated once more over the past years the key priorities of ICARO and research organizations on ITT. Some of you will say there he is again with the slide with the topics on it. Well, it didn't change because so far we have not been able to conclude on any of these topics. So exports via the cloud is a very important one. We do not seem to agree collectively what is our risk appetite in the EU when we talk about this. So it is unclear whether the location of the server, the location of the person, the mode of transition, the making available to a third country person, where is the actual risk? And it's a bit what Rosa said at the end, we don't seem to agree what we actually need to protect, and that makes it actually not workable, because the definition of export and exporter is actually being used in very different ways, which is different to implement, difficult to implement. Cloud computing is also one of these topics. What do we do if you have a cloud computing infrastructure? You offer it as a service. Who is there responsible? In what context? Needs to be clarified. Research deliverables, in particular publications. When you talk about export controls in a research organization setting, publications is always coming up. Although we think it probably should not be there so high on the agenda, it is still in the minds and maybe the hearts of some people to talk about when you talk about export controls in a research setting. Technology readiness level guidance. In the 2021 recommendation, there was a first effort to make a link between what is basic scientific research and what are TRL levels. After all these years, we see we're not there yet, so we need an upgrade there, and that needs to be done. So we need to sit there together with regulators to see what is possible. And then I think the most important one is we seem to not align amongst ourselves what are the scope of research-related activities with export controls when it comes to the control technologies linked to development, production, or use of listed dual-use items. And that is really problematic, because it means we still have 27, can I say 29, sometimes different interpretations in the EU to actually talk about certain cases, and we need a more harmonized level here. So our focus is not on deciding whether this should go through the regulatory change, whether this should go through recommendation or frequently asked questions. We need, through the ITT tech, to actually make progress, and hopefully it will end up in a regulation which is amended that can clarify some long-standing scope issues in relation to ITT. If you're interested, our position paper is available through the QR code, but you will get the presentation. Then on a positive note, because this is a new topic in evolution, we believe, and we are interested as ICARO, our members are interested in ICARO, of how AI can actually support certain compliance functions within research organizations. And of course, the obvious and first thing that comes to our minds is, of course, the very complex Annex 1 of the dual-use list. It needs specialized people to read it. It has a certain logic. This logic you can get to learn when you are working with it frequently. And this is something that is in contradiction with what actually research organizations are doing. They are tackling topic after topic after topic, which is always different, and there is no fixed portfolio of activities that they need to review against the dual-use list. So we think that it can support reading through the text, give some prompts which could actually allow researchers, which are the ultimate persons who need to decide whether their research is being subject to the dual-use list or not, that it can actually help them and not the individual poor compliance officer who is squeezed between all these researchers who ask the questions, that such a tool can actually help them to do. But I think we have a collective effort here, because this is research industry agnostic. The list is the same for everyone. So we and a few members of us are exploring how the list can be encoded into an AI reading tool with a few prompts, with a verification by people who know how the list works, and then actually supports how when a researcher comes with a description in its own language, that it can actually link it to terminology in the dual-use list. This is something that we think research should not do alone, so it's a collective effort. We would like to reach out to industry, but also to the regulators, to see if we can finally turn this Control F PDF text of the dual-use list into something which is much more of this time. And we believe that this will actually help the scarce sources within research organizations to do their job and to focus much more on the risky entities and the risky collaborations, rather than having to struggle with vacuum pumps and other type of items on the dual-use list. So this is something we definitely see further in the coming months, years to develop. And then as a last point, I would like to bring in the topic of the intersection between research security and export controls. It is something that in research organizations obviously is a hot topic, because research security, with its recommendation from 2024, really took a speedy set of activities leading up to the research security flagship conference in October here in Brussels, and I must say it was an impressive event, 2 days and a half with over 600 participants from all around Europe and some parts of the world, if I may say so, where the topics were very diverse, and we as a co-organizer of this conference, we brought expo controls also to the agenda. Now, to my surprise, I was surprised to see that there was no participation from expo control authorities in that event, although if you take a look at the practitioners' side, almost a significant part of that was actually partly doing with expo controls and partly doing research security within their research organizations. So I think already at a practitioners level, there is a substantial overlap between these two topics, but from a regulatory perspective, the worlds are very separate, and maybe this will change, but it is clear that although most of the technologies are the same, most of the threats are similar, although not identical, it seems that these two worlds from a regulatory perspective are quite separate. And I think as a concluding part, one of the elements we see that research security is doing, if I may say, better than expo controls, they from the beginning involve funding agencies, and funding agencies is a key instrument for research organizations to create additional awareness on the types of collaborations that they are doing. So if the expo control community finally in the stepping point at the doorstep of the next framework program with Horizon Europe funding in the coming, if the expo control community can better identify which calls and which projects are actually of higher risk, it would actually help also the awareness raising for research organizations on expo controls, because up to now it seems that research security is doing in that sense a better job because it has easily connected to the funding agencies. And I think with that I can conclude, and I look forward to the next panelists and the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And very, very interesting what you said about AI and regulatory words. We should not be separated. I think it's very interesting. I think very something to follow. Now we have a next speaker. She's Eva Lakova. She's an expert control and sanction expert with over 13 years of gained in the experience in the public sector, defense industry, and consultancy. She now leads PwC Export Controls and Sanctions Center of Excellence, specialized international team that supports industrial actors and public organizations in strengthening their trade compliance. Her work covers export control transformation programs, risk and maturity assessments, and design of practical compliance frameworks across supply chains. So she helps companies translate complex and overlapping international regulation into workable solutions throughout their global operation. It sounds fantastic. So we are very keen to hear from her. Please keep the time. The previous speakers were excellent, and we risk managing to have some time for Q&A, which would be great.
Okay.
Please,
no, thank you very much. And as a consultant, you would guess that all that complexity that everybody are talking about are great for my business. But I think we have reached the point where adding more complexity, it's a little bit counterproductive. Because honestly, out of experience, really down, hands-on in the supply chain, we think that export controls break in very, very simple reason. And this is actually what I want to talk about today, because I don't think it is something that we are talking very often. So I want to draw you an idea of a company. So that's company ABC. And I'm not saying that company ABC is like every company generally, but I think many of those companies here and in around the European Union are going to relate a lot with company ABC. So in that company, you have only a couple of people actually focusing on export controls. And that's in many companies as well. Not that many people are actually dedicated specifically to that role. Often they're going to be juggling export controls with other customs or trade sustainability or other legal compliance questions that they need to solve. So these people, in our case, these are Peter and Sophie, that's how I call them, the people on the slide. They are very intelligent, very dedicated. They are very aware as well of internal compliance programs and what do they need to do. But they are also very, very busy. Because what they need to do is they need to go after fire, after fire, after fire, the next crisis, the next rule, the next international announcement about something that it is going to impact their business today. So they're in a constant fire mode. And they have a to-do list, and in that to-do list, they need to create a structure of making their life easier, but they just don't necessarily have neither the time nor the resources to dedicate to that. At the same time, what you have is top management. And top management sees export controls often as something that comes and goes, as something that it's, you know, the Russia sanctions, for example, they were very good for export controls, just visibility, because what was happening with Russia is like, oh, wow, actually this is something that happens today. But now it backfires because, for example, when I go speak to the authorities, not the authorities, but the authorities as well, but when I speak to the executives, what they're telling me is like, oh, but we don't ship anymore directly to Russia. So I don't want to know any more about export controls. We have solved that problem. And they mean well. They don't really want to intentionally disregard those regulations. They just don't see them as something that is structural, as something that is there to stay, because in their mind it is crisis after crisis as well. Now what we also have, Sophie and Peter, to deal with is data, or rather the lack of data. Because often when I speak to the authorities, what happens is that they imagine the industry or the companies are some stable entities that are on top of what they're doing and they know all their products and everything that is happening perfectly. However, companies are alive organizations that are very dynamic, that they have constant mergers and acquisitions and diversifications of supply chain, and so many the innovation and diverse aspects that they need to manage that is frankly a little bit chaotic. And data also represents that. So for product master data in companies, you see that often that would be something scattered in within 5 ERP systems all around the world, 2 Excel tables. All of this data is probably going to be also held in a different format. So it will be very difficult to read and to understand. And then if you want to really link that product data to the specific technical characteristics, you need to go and speak to an engineer probably somewhere in Korea that have retired already, and it's going to take you 2 weeks. And all of this is to illustrate that data is not necessarily that structured within companies themselves. It is difficult to classify products. It is difficult to find this dual use. And at the end, you have business. So business, these are the people who sell, who buy, who ship. Those people, they have some idea about what export controls is. Some of them know Peter and Sophie personally because they have survived the fire together. But most of these people don't really think about the topic every day. So if they see something suspicious, they have a weird customer that just appeared 2 months ago, but it is it's asking for such big quantities. Or they have something that does not really feel right. Their instinct is to think, oh, but someone has taken care of that. Where in fact, that must be Peter and Sophie, and they will never know if the business doesn't tell them. So this is the reality on how companies are really dealing with, and it is quite a fragmented system. But enough about problems. Let's think a little bit about what would be the solutions for that. And all of you, you know ICP. You know that you need to have an internal compliance program, and I'm not going to talk about that today. What I want to talk about that is the need of management commitment. Because management commitment to export controls unlocks resources. And resources, these are more employees, consultants, IT systems, but what resources actually are they give time and they give space for compliance officers to focus and to look into the topic more strategically. So starting with management commitment. For years, we have been talking to executives about big fines, about going to jail, about morality of export controls and why this is such an important topic. And it is not like they don't care. I mean, they care about those things, but if it didn't happen to them, it feels way too abstract. And the EU also our enforcement cases are not that much on the front page of the newspapers as much as they are in the US. And it is not like they don't happen. Stéphane have shown a very good statistic of how much enforcement is happening in the EU. It's just not that loud that makes executives listen. So what we have decided is to switch a little bit the conversation and not to speak about fear, but to start to speak in the language of executives and as business. Because actually, export controls impacts business continuity, it impacts supply chain planning, it impacts innovation and competitiveness. When regulations are tightening, companies need to adjust. Adjust, not avoid, but adjust. They need to diversify their suppliers. They need to find new markets. They need to be aware of what they're going to be losing. Export controls also impacts the design of your products, innovation. A lot of the research and development that Johan is talking about is happening also in companies for their own products. And if you are looking into that topic strategically, you do need to consider that probably you need to design that product in a way that it is sufficiently competitive. So not necessarily introducing extraterritorially controlled Chinese and American technologies or materials if you would have an alternative to that. But that is strategic thinking that impacts the competitiveness of the company. And when you bring the topic to high executives in that way, if that this is your business model that you're protecting, this is your competitiveness on the market that you're protecting with the export controls in mind, then you have them listen. You have them listen also for another reason, because it is not only the authorities who are there to hold you liable for export controls. A new piece of literature that I really like reading lately is called the transcripts of earnings calls of listed companies. So you will see, very interestingly, in this piece of literature, in the past several years, that you're always going to have a question from investors that directly or indirectly links to export controls. And most of the times that question is linked to, are you foreseeing loss of gains? Are you foreseeing more lead time for your shipments? Some problems with sourcing that will impact your results at the end. And what your executives are answering to these questions makes them liable in front of the investors. It's not about authorities anymore. I don't know how many of you as well have received the question from your bank or from your logistic provider to prove to them that you have an internal compliance program. Because these questions are happening more and more. Banks and logistic providers are asking exporters about bringing that confidence to them. Why? Because they're in a very interesting position. They're also liable for export controls. But they actually do not necessarily have the visibility on the products as the exporters themselves or as the producers. So they need to bring, they have the responsibility, but they also need to kind of shift that liability to, as much as possible, to the exporters who have the visibility on the product. So they will put these clauses in your contracts. And then if they get in trouble, they can sue you. And at the end, you have your suppliers and your customers, that suppliers need to know where their goods are going ultimately, and the customers need to know what you're giving to them. In what situation, for export controls perspective, are you putting them? They also are going to hold you liable. And sometimes if you read the small print of the general terms and conditions that your business is signing with your suppliers and customers, it might be that they are actually capable of coming to audit you. So that's also another piece of literature that I recommend to you to look at, because it is underestimated, but I think executives will care if you tell them, my biggest customer can come and audit me. We are not afraid necessarily that, if you're not afraid of the authorities that much, be afraid of your biggest customer. So let's say we have that message, and we brought that message to management, and our compliance team, Sophie and Peter, got their budget. Half of what they asked, but they got something, ultimately. What is the question now is, what are they going to focus on? And I've seen in practice in the years, companies pouring money into directly implementing sophisticated IT tools, into writing very big manuals. And to Rosa's point, they are not necessarily based on risk assessment. They are going to be based on just compliance for compliance sake. And this backfires. This does not work. What happens is that these manuals sit on the shelf, and these IT tools become another source of frustration. So what I would really recommend to do first is to really understand your organization, your trade flows, your exception flows. Understand your products, but your products not only commercially but technically. Not what your products are intended to do, but what they're capable of doing. And this is what we call risk assessment, ultimately. Risk assessment is not to tell you, oh, you have a lot of risks. You are in such a bad position. Risk assessment is to tell you, you should not be looking into this business line, leave them alone for a couple of years. Risk assessment is to tell you, actually, your main business is not the problem. Your distribution of spare parts is what you need to be looking at. Or your indirect activities is what you need to be looking at. When you ship machinery around, or when you are having research and development activities. This is what risk assessment is really to tell you what not to look at. And once you have that knowledge, once you went on the ground, you spoke to your engineers, you spoke to your business internationally, then you are going to be able to build that structure. And then you will be knowing, where can I automate? Where does it make sense? What are my prerequisites to automate? Because this is much more important than putting a tool. What do I need to feed that tool? And artificial intelligence is brilliant, brilliant way to look into export controls, and we should absolutely use it. But in my opinion, the best way to use it is to make from unstructured data, enriched structured data. Because if you have structured data, then you can automate everything. The world is your oyster. Then, once you also know your organization, you'll be able to know how many people I need to put where. How do they need to be trained? You don't necessarily need to bother everybody with the complexity that you are dealing with. You need to see, how do I speak to that business in a way that they will remember, that it will not be boring to them. They will not see it as just another compliance problem that and a check in the box that I need to put. My presentation went off, but I want to finish ultimately with something that I call structural perseverance. And structural perseverance, that really means it's an engineering term, but what I want to say with it is that the companies that I've seen really succeed to have a good structure and a good management of export controls, and who are capable of escaping that constant firefighting mode and have a real visibility of what is happening. Already the companies where these few dedicated compliance officers have been pushing and pushing and pushing and asking for the resources they need and explaining why is it important over and over again. And it is not a glamorous work, because it's very difficult to show value of something that did not happen. It's like proving to somebody that you didn't receive a package. It's like, here you go. Nobody went to jail this year, so we won. It's not really glamorous, but it is a very purposeful job, because what you are doing in your organization is ultimately you are changing the way your company, the place you work, thinks about responsibility, thinks about what is our responsibility of keeping collective security and the safety of us all. So it's a big thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eva. Thank you for this sort of consultancy for free, basically, that you gave us. So I think it's very, very interesting, and I saw many people nodding in the room where you mentioning the specific structure of some companies, and you manage the management commitment, which is essential, as you said. It's big business, I liked. And the concept of structural perseverance, I think, would be very helpful for us authorities. So it's really excellent message coming from you. Thank you so much. Now we are passing to a broader industry association perspective with Dr. Lardeux. Emmanuel Lardeux is the Ethics and Trade Compliance Director of Air Liquide. He took on the role of Trade Compliance Officer in 2014 and implemented a compliance program for the entire group. And since 2022, he has been the president of SIPS, with the Trade Association for Strategic Product Exporting Industry, which brings together more than 40 members from numerous industrial sectors. Emmanuel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. So the first point is I will present what is the activity of this association. Please, thank you. So this, it's quite difficult. Okay, sorry. So we are an association, a French association with these are the main activities of this association. We are doing a lot of activities to our members. With our members, there are nearly 40 members now. And here you have the topics we address, and I think it covers more or less all what was already discussed, and we are at the heart of all the needs for industrial companies. So the first one is the monitoring of trade compliance regulations. We provide our members with this monitoring. And this is, of course, necessary for them to update and to have to stay informed of the change in the regulation, and to stay informed and have an up-to-date procedures internally in real time. We have regular and privileged consultation with government agency, and in that respect, the CIEPS is more or less the preferred interlocutor for national, regional, and international administration and institution related to dual-use goods. And this allows for dialogue with authorities and sharing feedbacks. And in that respect, we participated in the reflection and the construction of the European dual-use goods regulation in 2009 and in the recast in 2021. We have a network of members and professional organizations. We have contacts with equivalent organizations in abroad, typically Japan, in Korea, COSTI, SISTEC, and we are developing this aspect, trying to have contact with similar associations all over the world. We organize workshops, seminars on different topics, and especially on, for example, we had many workshops on evolution of Russian sanctions, but also more recently, workshop on new Chinese regulations. We provide with collective course and trainings. We provide personal individual advice to our members, typically regarding classification of goods. And we also have a partnership, as I mentioned, abroad, and we participate also in, and it's in the frame of what was said about training, and we are participating we are giving 2 course masters in La Sorbonne in France. And of course, we try more and more to cooperate and to open our association to research and academic. There is, in our status, we also welcome them for free and free of charge, because we think it's really a point that must be now developed and increased, this relationship with academies. Our association celebrated this year the 30 years of existence. And during these 30 years, of course, we have noticed a lot of changes, evolution in this area. Of course, already mentioned, first of all, the new European regulation on dual-use goods. But more and more so, we faced more and more incoming of sanction regulation and overlap between sanction and export control. And as it was already said, export control is no longer only a matter of anti-proliferation of as it was initially. And this introduced more and more complexity in our business. So this is now I would like now to list some problems that exporters are facing because we represent them. Sorry, we have here, I just showed the list of our members, and what is important to notice is that these are from many different sectors of activities, which makes this association very transverse. And I don't know, we would like to have some equivalent in other countries. So if you, in your country, if you have the opportunity to develop this, we would be very, we would really like to have equivalent in Europe. And as you can see, it's it makes the dialogue between all these members very rich, because at the end, it's always about export controls, but in different, with different characteristics. And we learn a lot from each other. So let me come back to some key problems that I just would like to list rapidly. The first one is the complexity and fragmentation of export control and administrative practices, which are very different from a country to another, from different category of products, and that creates confusion and administrative burden. So we observe that delays are mostly due to formal templates problem, quite easy to solve if it was possible to talk and not only with machines. So the dialogue with authorities is a key point regarding this complexity and fragmentation. Another one is what we observe, a lack of clarity. We have, of course, frequent regulatory updates and ambiguous classification rules that makes compliance very difficult. So we can observe at least the case in France, one exporter dealing with dual-use goods, arms, and sanctions is in contact with different bodies and different regulations, sometimes additional regulation for cyber and for software. So this is what we consider lack of clarity. We could mention also the high compliance costs, maintaining an internal compliance program, staff training, classification and record keeping. This is costly, and especially for small and medium enterprise. Of course, we could say, and we could use the saying, which says that if you consider compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. However, it's something to be taken into account, and bringing help and sharing good practices between companies is a way probably to address this cost and to identify where must be the priorities. Another problem that exporters are facing are the delays in licensing. The lengthy approval processes can disrupt delivery schedules and customer relations. So this is something probably to be improved. And another one is the risk of penalties. The fear of sanction can discourage exporters from entering a certain market and dealing with dual-use items, for example. And as it was already mentioned, this fear of penalty, of sanctions, may induce over-compliance, what we consider over-compliance, but it's not only over-compliance, but as already mentioned, banks, insurers, forwarders are more and more asking for information. Sometimes they block because they don't have all the information they would need, and giving all the information they need is sometimes very intrusive. So we have to take care about all these aspects, but it clearly adds day-to-day problems and difficulties in the trade compliance work. I would mention also another point that is to be mentioned is in the sanction programs we have this best effort clause, which gives the obligation to European entities to try to more or less impose the sanctions in countries where the regulations are not applicable, which is not easy, as you can imagine, because it can be in conflict with local regulation, and it makes the relationship with some customer even more difficult. Sometimes it's quite impossible to really deal with this best effort. Of course, we do our best, but this is a burden. I would like to mention some few possible solutions to these problems. First, some on exporter side. First of all, we think we must strengthen the cooperation with authorities. This is a key point, to engage regular consultations and request pre-classification or guidance. Typically clarify what is control and what is not. Secondly, to develop internal compliance program. It's a must. ICP is something to be, of course, developed within the companies. Train staff, use digital tools, and share best practices through probably industry association, which is also a lever, and CIEPS tries to do this, to have this role. Another point is the transparency and dialogue. We think it's important to share challenge and feedback on regulatory burdens with industry association and authorities to help refine rules. And once again, it's what we do in the CIEPS. And another possible solution is to adopt technical solutions, use compliance automation tools for screening, for documentation, and probably we are at the very beginning of what AI can provide us in this field. So we are also have a reflection on how it can help, and it was already mentioned, but it's promising. Possible solution from authority side. First, possibly simplify and harmonize regulation, align national rules with international standards, for example, European VASNA and VASNA arrangement, and avoid as much as possible national practice and national controls outside the VASNA frame. It's of course, it has been already said, but would be a way to reduce to solve some problems. Secondly, to improve communication and industry outreach, offer clear guidelines, online portals, and advisory service could help. Also encourage joint training and workshops, build a culture of shared responsibility between authorities and industry, opening the P2P outreach program to industry, and cooperate with existing industry outreach programs, like the existing network against proliferation, NAP, which is already a P2P, but dedicated for industry. Another solution could be to accelerate license processes, introduce fast-track or trusted exporter programs would be appreciated. Perhaps the large project authorization, the new large project authorization is a good way to progress in this respect. And perhaps consider moving from authorizations regime to declaration regime for trusted exporters. This would be, to us, we consider it could really help. Another point that I would like to mention is the existence of this Annex 4. We suggest considering removing this from the regulation. It is something very strange, which is a dividing factor between within the Europe Union, rather than promoting cohesion factor. This would be okay. This would be another. So this would be another way to improve the system. And finally, I mentioned also the development of accord de reconnaissance mutuelle (ARM) or mutual agreement recognition. Promoting them would be between countries between countries with mature and reliable practice would help exchange and transaction with these countries. So to conclude, I would like to emphasize on the importance of cooperation. Cooperation is key. Sustainable compliance depends on mutual trust, transparency, and collaboration between the exporter and authorities. So we have to transform export control from a restrictive mechanism into a shared system of responsible trade management. This is what I wanted to say for the conclusion of this short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Very interesting and very concrete proposals. Interesting what I heard about risk of compliance. Of course, over-compliance is a risk. Listen, we are really on time, but we should finish, I hope, maybe just two quick questions, because it would be a pity without having any opportunity. Just quick questions if you have anything urgent. Everybody is hungry? No. Yes, please. Please.
Arnaud Idiard, bonjour. I have a question, in fact, for...
Sorry, can you say where you're coming from? Share your affiliation, your name? Thank you.
Sorry. I'm Arnaud Idiard from France, and I was previously in Airbus export control and at the SDA and also. So my question is quite practical, in fact. I think that for exporters, for industry, it's very key to be clear and simple in the knowledge and of the classification of the products. Of course, for everybody here, when you say EAR 99, everybody knows that it is not sensitive product. The problem today we have with the new regulation and the Article 9 and 10 is a proliferation of numbers and classification in each and every national countries. And the problem is not there. The problem is that between the moment one country take a new classification for a new product, and the moment of the harmonization of that through VASNAR and through the EU Commission and so, it lasts 3-4 years, and during that time, no one of very few people knows exactly what country and what product could be controlled and more classified in the next list. So my proposal is to make, and that question for you, because ISD I know, and maybe others and VASNAR arrangement people could know if it could be possible to have a common look on the codifications of the products, because it is the key of that. If everyone knows the codification, it is for everybody and very simple for everybody to know that you must control or not. For instance, if you had 8, it is 99 for non-sensitive product in US, if you put 88 at the end of any classification in any national list, everybody could know very simply that that product is a new emerging technology product, for instance. But that's just an example. And I think that we need here for Europe in the Commission and for VASNAR and others to think about the modification and the upgrade and improvement of that codification for the new list and for the next steps in the
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very clear. Thank you. Who wants to take it? Manuel, Rosa? Maybe.
Yes, thank you, Arnaud. There is, we agree, there is a need for harmonization and simplification to make the because classification is really one of the key exercise we have to perform day to day in the companies. And it's very difficult, and I agree that the numbering is key. I observe that there are very few. We have many tools proposed to screen sanctions and to do the KYC. We have very few tools proposed for the classification. Perhaps AI will help, but starting from the beginning, the numbering would be a good way to make a clear message about the classification and on all products. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have run out of time right now. So thank you so much. We want really to thank our panelists for an excellent discussion. Thank you so much.
So just to continue the housekeeping before you all leave. So there is a light lunch just outside the door for those of you that want to stay in the building. For those of you that want to go outside, there are many cafes, restaurants just on the right-hand side as you go out of the building. For the speakers, there will be a separate lunch. So if you could either go with me or with one of my colleagues, it's in the hotel just next to the building here. We start again. We will start exactly at 2:15. So please be back for 2:15. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please make your way to your seats, please, so we can start?
Difficult crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, could you sit down? Could you sit down so that we can get started, please? Thank you very much. So I will hand the floor directly over to Mr. Denis Redonnet, who is the Deputy Director General of DG Trade and Economic Security and is responsible for many other things, for a number of many things, including export controls. Denis, please.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. I hope you had a good lunch break and are happy to be back here to move to our third and fourth panels of the forum. The two panels are now going to move from what I guess was this morning more of an EU-European outlook to a more global outlook. There you've seen the title of our panel, which has the possibility to bring different issues under the roof, the changing nature of export control in a new geopolitical setting, new setting being the operative word. Perhaps I will say a few words before introducing our panelists, and we look forward to hearing from them. Just by way of context, what did we have in mind in trying to frame this this theme? I think there are issues and developments such as increasing recourse to non-traditional forms of export controls, unilateral controls, on what seems to be, probably for many stakeholders, a broader and broader scope of goods and technologies, going deeper and deeper on components of components, for example. And under logics that do manifestly depart from the rationales of preventing proliferation, weapons of mass destruction, and that are rather more logics of economic statecraft, in one acceptance of that term or the other. And even in some cases, hard industrial policy, one could argue. And all this with emerging technologies, notably emerging digital technologies, at the heart of various forms of geoeconomic competition. Finally, this environment presents, no doubt, challenges that are new for multilateral export control regimes, and I'm sure that the panelists will want to also express views on those prospects. So, on the question really that I will try to put to them, and that we hope they will engage us on, is how they see the adaptations in export control frameworks, export control policies that this changing environment requires. And obviously there are inevitably different perspectives internationally on these issues. And this is why this panel is going to bring both European and non-European perspectives. Let me therefore introduce our panelists, and we'll start with our non-European guests, actually, and thanking them very much for participating and engaging with the European-based export control community in the context of this forum. So to my left is Katsuro Igari. Igari-san is the Director General of the Trade Control Department at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, in Japan, the head of the Export Control Authority, with whom we work, of course, very closely. And to my right is Thea Killer, who is the co-head of Mayor Brown's export control and sanctions practice and a partner there, and is known, of course, to many in the community, being formerly Assistant Secretary at the Bureau of Industry and Security at the Department of Commerce of the United States. And on the European corner, we have Dr. Corinna Bolhoff, who's the Director for Export Controls and Sanctions at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany. And Joris Ter, who is here, yes. Joris is a research analyst at the European Union for security studies. But what I would propose perhaps actually is to hear their perspectives when in not necessarily in this order, in a different order, perhaps starting with the two government representatives who are here today from Germany and from Japan, and then open the discussion up with, I hope, Thea's ability to give us a broad global industry perspective on some of these changes as you are experimenting now in your new capacities, as well as an analytical perspective from somebody who has thought a lot about great power competition, notably on tech, which in our view does color this issue, and who might be able to perhaps give his views on how much the adaptations that we're going to be talking about are consistent with the changes as certainly as you see them, Joris. So perhaps without any further ado, I will give the floor to Corinna to give us your perspective on these issues and connected issues as you see fit and necessary.
Thank you, Denis, and thank you very much for the invitation to this forum. I think it is a very good thing, as others have mentioned, that this forum is taking place with a lot of attendees in the room and outside. A lot of people have mentioned the changed geoeconomic environment, and I'd like to broaden the view a little by also mentioning that, of course, we also have a war going on, a war in Ukraine by Russian aggression, and also armed conflicts elsewhere in the world. And they sorry, I think the micro went off. So the Russian war in Ukraine, as well as armed conflicts in the world, have also resulted in sanctioned regimes, but also results on export control in the military fields, which interact with US export control. So that is also an aspect we are taking heavily into account when devising and implementing dual-use export controls. And I think that is also an aspect that should feature into our discussion. And as was mentioned this morning, we think, first also to broaden the view a little, is an integrated approach of export controls, but also other instruments. Primary sanctions, of course, but also foreign direct investment control, so FDI screening and other trade and non-trade instruments that are at the moment redevised in the EU economic security doctrine. I'm mentioning that because we think that to devise these instruments together, look at them, see where we have gaps, but also to implement them together is actually one key takeaway from us. So export control are very important, and I'm going to say more about them, but we need to see them in connection with the other instruments. And this, in implementation, poses actually a lot of questions that were addressed by other speakers this morning. And I think from the point of view of industry, this is a very important interaction, and also actually for administrations and government, because to constantly devise them together, implement together, have a joint risk assessment is something that is constantly evolving and that I think is keeping many people very busy. And together with those restrictive instruments, there's also what we in the EU and also in Germany call the promote side. So devising an investment environment actually that is inducive to investment, having financing having inducing innovation. And this is something that governments do, of course, or state-driven, but also that businesses ask of us. So to have a joint perspective on what we actually need for a good investment environment, I think is also very important, and that we could take in feature into the further discussion. As I represent a member state here, I would also like to focus on implementation and enforcement. We've talked a little about how we want to devise a regime and what we could do more to maybe close gaps. But for us, it's also heavily important that we have a regime that we can implement, and that implementation works, that implementation is harmonized in the EU. And also against the backdrop of the economic and global crisis, to have an implementation with the workforce we have at our disposal. That's true for governments as well as businesses. So to have a regime that is secure enough, but also light enough in cause of bureaucracy, is also something that is important for us member states. So with all this in mind, what do we do with export controls? For us, the starting point and the most important point is still the international regimes. The international regimes have their challenges, but we still think we are finding solutions. Sometimes it's easier in some than in others, but we still work with them. Others have mentioned how many proposals there are in Wassenaar at the moment. And the international regimes for us are still the place where the international community comes together to work on listings and where we are heavily involved, and we want to keep it that way. So to have a level playing field, to have an acceptance, to have reliability of export controls, for us is still very, very important. So that is the first point. On the EU side, we are working, and this was mentioned also by others, on updating the system. We think it works reasonably well. The next question maybe would be to harmonize national listings. I can say from our point of view, we do national listings. But if there is an EU listing, we also take them away again. So there is a constant movement of harmonization that we should work on in the EU, on the EU side. On the EU side, we should heavily invest in implementation, in coherent implementation. We're doing that nationally at the moment. Of course, we implement all the time. But nationally in Germany at the moment, we're looking at how to further streamline implementation, how to get actors to work together even more efficiently, how to interact more with business in business dialogues, and also, of course, how to counter circumvention and how to enforce if something goes wrong. So enforcement and implementation are two very strong points where we find that the dialogue with industry, who are the first line of defense, is something that we should strengthen even more, so that the risk assessment on the industry side and our risk assessment is the same. And also that different actions, exports of goods, but also investment decisions, supply chain decisions, for us regulatory decisions, that they work together well to create a resilient environment for business to do business in Europe. So this is not as simple as it sounds. I think we all agree on that, but it requires a lot more intense dialogue and a lot more cross-cutting thinking on actions on the business side as well as on the state side. And that is something where we are very much investing in Germany. One sign is that we created a National Security Council at the top political level, but that is one aspect, but also across government, across the administration, as well as with business, we try to draw all these perspectives together to really get a joint overview. On Finally, on the way forward, in Germany as well as in the EU, what we think is important when we look at the design of export controls. We are preparing for an evaluation. We're grateful to the Commission for laying the groundwork for that. And this evaluation, in our view, should be the basis for our further work to see how do we close gaps and where are the gaps? Do we need to change the regulation? We might. Do we need more FAQs? Do we need maybe a joint guidelines? So what is actually the instrument to get us to work closely together to harmonize implementation and maybe to close gaps where we find them? We all know that, for example, the catch-all clauses is something where we need to closely interact to have the same interpretation and have to use them. ITT was mentioned. It's a constant challenge to implement ITT in the same way. So it might be good to have guidelines, or we might change the regulation a little. We would need to see closely and analyze closely what do we need to actually have export controls that have teeth. And there's probably not just one answer. There's several. And also, what do business need to employ export controls in a way that actually works? Of course, I know there are lots of compliance programs. I listened with interest to what other speakers said on risk assessment, on prioritization, on focus. And that is something where we need to see what both sides need to work further on that. Cyber and surveillance was mentioned at the very beginning. We think that's a good example, actually, where we've come a long way. Cyber and surveillance was identified as a challenge, and then there was a review of the regulation. There were guidelines coming out. So there's an iterative process. I think there were listings in Wassenaar. So there are many things that come together to actually strengthen export controls on cyber surveillance. And that is actually a good example of how we could move forward together in Wassenaar with the EU regulation and maybe also national listings to somehow make the system more dense and applicable to everyone. One last thing that is very much in our hearts in Germany at the moment. It is how to strengthen security, also economic security, but also other security, and how to make bureaucracy lighter, to simplify regulation, to have less burden on business, but also administrations, to cover the work, to delve deeper into the most important and most difficult cases, and streamline the other. So I think we should also have a balance on focusing more on security on the one hand, but also trying not to overburden us and the companies, because then we won't be able to tackle the difficult things. And that is, we think, the challenge that we need to address together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Corinna. Thank you very much for these perspectives. So perhaps over to you, Katsuro. Do you see the world in the same way?
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. And I am pleased to participate in this forum and after 3 years.
I think you can look this up.
Oh, yeah.
Can I put this one up? You can actually see it on screen.
Oh, this one?
We get our own screen.
Oh, thank you. So as mentioned by the morning session, that the international security environment surrounding us is significantly shaken, and by historical changes in the balance of power and the intensification of geopolitical competition. And this is actually the message that our new Prime Minister recently speak at our national diet. So, and there have also been that substantial changes in export controls for the purpose of security in recent years. So, for instance, looking at the certain technology perspective, as also that mentioned by the morning session, that the advancements in emerging technologies such as AI or quantum computing or robotics and drones, these are having the revolutionary effects in a military operation, and then enhancing, improving decision making or some accuracy of missiles, and so, and reducing the burden of soldiers. So, in addressing these are the new technology issues, it is very important and crucial to share that this impact and analysis of these technology among the like-minded countries, partners, and while working to strengthen the effectiveness of the export control, as well as measures against technology leakage. Additionally, that when implementing export control, it is necessary to engage in thorough dialogue with the industry sectors and carefully consider the impact on global supply chains. So at the same time, we should avoid the misuse of export controls that cannot justify from a security perspective. So for example, that we are facing big problems arising from the controlling exports of products that are close to raw materials and which cannot be assessed for military purposes, military diversion, before being processed. So another problem is that we are facing is that the unilateral implementing control without sufficient notice to stakeholders, which can also have a significant impact on the global supply chain, particularly in the civilian sector. So we should understand that the operation of export control, this system can drastically change and alter the industry structures and significantly affect the competitive environment among the industries. So this could lead to an inability to secure stable procurement of raw materials or components, and resulting in a serious economic stagnation. So recognizing these points, I believe it is important to coordinate with like-minded countries, partners, to urge as a country to refrain from taking the unilateral controls that disrupt a global supply chain. And it goes without saying that an international export control regimes serves as the basis for that policy coordination. However, it is also important to share that the awareness of the impact of emerging technology among the like-minded partners, and also the countries are not participating in the export control regime. The one example is Southeast Asian countries is also another that the industry hub of that semiconductor or that the IT industry. So we definitely need to engage with those countries has some advanced technologies. And then please also that I would also like to introduce that some of the Japanese recent initiatives. So in 2022, that Japan introduced the Economic Security Promotion Law. This law focuses on enhancing the autonomy and the indispensability of critical technology, such as semiconductors or permanent magnets or batteries or antibiotics, and also that diversifying the procurement of critical minerals. And also, in terms of export controls, we have, in coordination with the like-minded countries, that we have added controlled items such as quantum computing or that advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment. And also that our some recent measure is that the strengthening catch-all regulation for conventional weapons to that prevent circumvention of our products to the countries of concern or countries in the regional conflict. And also that the third point is, this is the Japanese original recent initiative, is we enhanced the measures against the technology leakage for certain designated technology, including capacitors or some semiconductor materials or we have so far designated around 15 items, 15 technologies. So these are actually we utilize that catch-all control for the designating these items, and this initiative is start dialogue with our industry, and when they consider some for investment in a foreign country, or they have some like some M&A or that with that foreign countries, and we in these cases we ask our industry that how you control your technology, and who can access your choke point technology, and then how you can that secure your technology leakage, and then by having such a dialogue that with the industry, we authorize them to that export or transfer, or we that advise them to that limit their that cooperation with that foreign that countries. And by the way, that many European countries is actually excluded from that these applications. So when that our industry have the technology cooperation with that many European countries, this that the procedure is not needed. But this is that as you can easily imagine that in order to address current challenges Japan is facing by that some countries who is very much eager to procure or sort of eager to that obtain that advanced technology from Japanese countries. So and then we are almost also that are very much keen to have that more cooperation with the European countries, partners, and the European countries, and particularly in the area of economic security, in order to secure our autonomy, our indispensability among like-minded countries. We are happy, and we would really like to that further deepen our cooperation with the European partners, and in the area of some that critical that diversification of our like some the advanced technology sector, or of course the cooperation in the area of AI or some quantum computing, or the some robotics or drones, and also and how we that secure our some supply chain among by or among the countries which is trustful among others, and then to that to in order to address that like some the economic statecraft or economic coercion posed by some some countries. So yeah, these are our Japanese perspectives, and then thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Katsuro, for setting out well, what are very significant adaptations, as I can see, as we can see from your presentation, to your framework with deep revisions on control items, catch-all. But also I note, for example, how you are looking at this question of the continuum between strategic trade controls, strategic investment controls, for example, which is something that echoes what Corinna was also saying in terms of coherence of a range of instruments around the export control space. I think we took good note as well of what you were saying on the need for enhanced international cooperation, including outside of the regime, between like-minded countries, and enhanced engagement as well, as you are developing your framework with exporters and technology holders. And so perhaps that segues into UTA with those perspectives, and again, how you see, including in your day-to-day work today, those changes affecting many of the private sector interested parties.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to return to this conference. It's my second time appearing, and I'm once again very grateful to be here, although in a very different role. It's always terrific to hear what's happening behind the scenes in government, because what industry sees is not the systems of meetings at Fossat or other regimes, but the output, right? The documents that are put out by the regulatory agencies. And this year has seen mainly, I think, from the US industry perspective, certainly, watching the United States think about new ways of approaching export controls, and certainly watching China in the last couple of months think about new approaches to export controls, many of which seem to be directly borrowed, at least in terminology, from the United States, if not in definition of that terminology. And so we're seeing technology-based controls and entity-based controls that are not necessarily tied together. And on the technology front, I start, of course, with US rules that are affecting artificial intelligence technology. And after several years of looking at advanced semiconductors and the manufacturing equipment for those semiconductors, now what we see is a shift in policy, looking less at sort of a traditional non-proliferation approach and more at a addiction approach. We talk about technology addiction, which is not something that this crowd was particularly focused on before the second Trump administration. But from my perspective, and certainly from my client's perspective, I think what we see is that there is policy forming around artificial intelligence that is influencing export controls, not the other way around. And I would contrast that with the policies that several panelists have discussed about quantum controls, where we came into quantum controls before the technology is commercialized with a very traditional approach to export controls, working multilaterally. And there have been, as some of the panelists and I were talking about earlier, there have been some creative approaches there, certainly dealing with the fact that Fossat is not effectively instituting new controls right now. But the fact is that AI controls are not that traditional vein, the way quantum is. And that is causing enormous disruption for industry to try to understand how the government is coming to these controls, what it means through various guidance documentations, which are not the same as regulations. The announcement that enforcement would be paused and a regulation would be repealed at some date in the future, but not actually repealed just yet. Would be replaced in the future, but no one knows with what, makes it very difficult for the enormous capital expenditures that are required in this space when you don't know what rules are coming. And I think that's the space we're in right now with respect to those technology controls. And that seems to be the focus of the US government at the moment, the AI-related controls. To be distinguished, as I noted, from entity-based controls. And there you have things like the affiliates rule, which, of course, as we all know, is also now paused. But that went far beyond any particular industry sector. It went far beyond any particular country. I think it may be easier to institute entity-based controls because you don't get wrapped up in technology-oriented influence from the outside. I think the US government grossly misunderstood or miscalculated the effect of the affiliates rule. There are some, if you go back and look at that rule from September, you'll see some estimates of how many license applications they were anticipating, and it's very small. It's maybe several hundred. I have one client who said that they themselves could probably submit several hundred license applications for the affiliates rule. We also have at least one due diligence company out there saying that perhaps 20,000 entities were added in China alone because of that rule. So all of that said, I think that the government has sort of a feeling that barring exports or requiring licenses for entities is easier than technology-related controls. They're certainly easier to impose. I'm not sure they're easier to absorb from industry's perspective. I would note in this context that another thing we've seen from government, at least the US government, is some major enforcement action this year. And we haven't talked about enforcement too much because this is a regulatory conference. But I do want to draw attention to one case which the Department of Justice released or made public in July of this year. which was against Cadence Design Systems. And that's a software manufacturer, US software manufacturer, clearly a US choke point technology, talking about their unlawful exports of software and hardware to China. And I think this is a very good example of a company, like many of you, caught between US systems and Chinese systems. One of the problems that the Justice Department raised in the Cadence plea agreement and the criminal information is that the US compliance officer was telling the staff in China what the rules were. And the staff in China was essentially deliberately misleading the team back at headquarters about the rules. Nevertheless, so what they ended up doing was transferring this software and hardware to an institution that was affiliated with the Chinese military, perhaps even on something of a military installation. The company was criminally penalized for $118 million, and they pled guilty as a company. And the administrative penalty was just under $100 million as well. So there's enormous consequences of running afoul of these systems that at the same time that we're reading the regulations and trying to interpret from the outside what's going on within the regimes and all of that, we're also looking at these enforcement actions to tell us what we need to be focused on and what lessons we can learn. One of the issues here, of course, was that it was sensitive technology going to military-related activities. It's also that the company did not voluntarily disclose the problems. They didn't come to the government and say, we found these errors, here's how we're fixing them. And I think that's a difficult spot to be in as a corporation. Obviously, very senior leadership has to make a call like that. But it's something that our clients are certainly worried about. I'd also talk a little bit about the definition of national security these days. I don't think we're very clear on what national security is. And I was in Tokyo a few weeks back, and we were talking about economic security. I think Japan and the Japanese regulators have a pretty strong sense of how they define economic security. We are not there in the United States. I think the EU is doing a pretty good job of figuring out what those terms mean, probably because of the process that you have that leads to any announcement, much more substantial than perhaps just pronouncements, which is what we're seeing these days in the United States. But so you get things like reciprocal tariffs. You have the national security-based import tariffs under Section 232. You have our Information and Communications Technology and Services Program, the ICTS program, that looks at things varying from, Kaspersky software to connected vehicles. All of that is national security. It's not what I would have talked about when I was here a few years ago on this panel, because that's not necessarily where our focus was. That's not necessarily what we were calling national security, but it is today. And so industry has had to adapt to this, which brings me to my next point, which is how gratified I am to hear Dr. Bolhoff and Igari-san talk about their industry outreach efforts. Because when you don't have crystal clear definitions, when things are a little confusing, it's just even more burden on the regulators to be clear with the regulated community. And it's conferences like this telling you what's happening sort of behind the scenes so that you know what to predict. It's the good functioning of technical advisory committees that go into the government and work hand in hand with them. Because the communication has to flow both ways, right? If government had consulted industry on the affiliates rule more actively, they would have heard this is way more than 200 license or 300 license applications. This is going to shut down our supply chains in certain respects. They would have received that feedback. And I know that there were, because the rule had been rumored for a while, there was informal feedback. But I do think that government has a responsibility to communicate with industry, to hear from industry, and to take that feedback into account when crafting regulations. I recognize that when you're protecting national security, that comes first, right? There is going to be a burden on industry. We understand that. Generally speaking, I think industry accepts that. They're going to take that burden. They want to be good partners to government, good actors in society. But the government has a responsibility to explain where things are going and why they're going as part of that partnership. That's even more important in this environment of de-risking, when companies are trying to figure out where to go if they're diversifying operations from China. For example, when I was in government, I would hear a lot of companies talking about de-risking, adding operations in India, diversifying from China to India. Well, now the United States has very high tariffs on India. If you diversified from China to India, and India turned out to be a national security problem as defined by this government, that's the kind of thing where clear signals from government is very helpful. That's a capital expenditure that maybe you wouldn't have made, or you would make differently now. So I think it's very important, even more burden for the government to talk to industry as those choices are being made now. And that may be, that de-risking effort may be stronger in the United States than it is here in Europe, but I think it is happening globally from what I can see. So finally, I have an ask of this community, because there was something that when I was in government, I really needed more of, and I didn't get. I understand the design out phenomenon, right? The more complex the US regulations get, the more extraterritorial in reach US regulations become, the more companies are going to say, how can I make this product without US technology? How do I minimize the reach of US export controls into my business? There are many, as I see nods all throughout this audience, I'm with you. I understand this problem. There are many actors in the US government who don't believe it. They don't think it's real. And I had those fights when I was in government to try to explain that these are choices that industry makes on a daily basis. And they just think that perhaps our technology in the United States is too valuable, too much of a choke point, not available elsewhere. But there is the concept of good enough, right? Even if the US might be best in some respects, that doesn't mean they're the only. And so to the extent that you are considering that kind of thing about designing out US technology, because of the complication of the regulations, be vocal about that to US regulators. They need to know, and they need to know firsthand rather than anecdotally, because that may influence their action. So I'll leave it there.
Very good. So ask not what the government can do for you, but what you can do for the government. That sounds like a very good way of turning the table around to this to this audience. But thank you so much, because I think given the freedom you now have, not being a government official, you've been much more explicit, I think, in terms of some of the big shifts that we have observed over the last few months, certainly in the United States, in China, affecting very important spaces like AI, the scope, the change in scope, the uncertainty that is introduced as a result of this on the private sector side. And perhaps when we get to our discussions with the audience, these things will come up again. So maybe I'll turn it over to yours, now that you've heard basically different perspectives on how much things are shifting. What's your view? Does that correspond to the way you see the world?
No, thank you so much, Denis, and great to be here. So, working at a think tank, I'm always amazed by how granular the grasp is of key technologies and processes, and how to combine tools and what the next steps could be, whereas we tend to take a bit of a step back. I'm the one person in our institute working on both critical raw materials and semiconductors, which until a couple of years ago were supposed to be fairly manageable and obscure portfolios. But as you all understand, life has become a lot more busy since then. So what I would like to do is really take a step back and sort of look at the great shifts, two great shifts that I think we've seen in terms of great power competition. And really throughout the last 9 years we had two shifts, and I don't think that's that's usual. That doesn't often happen. But I want to really take that step back, because also I think for many of the people here, whether you're in government or in industries or in RTOs, taking a step back can help to see what's likely to come and whether the challenges will grow, and if they grow, in what directions. And I mean, to sort of look at the first shift, we have to go back to, I think, around 2017, with the coming in of the Trump administration, which is so eloquently put in its national security strategy that great power competition had been dismissed as a phenomenon of the past. This wouldn't come back, but here it is. And it is here, and the assessment within the NSS, it's quite striking. And in the broader Trump administration, you see complaints, of course, primarily about China, about technology theft, about not living up to the promises of increasingly transforming itself into a market economy, but instead trying to build a self-reliant sort of industrial fortress, overcoming all the technological bottlenecks on the West in particular, but on foreign countries in general. The rapid build-out of the People's Liberation Army, the building of artificial islands in the South China Sea, and then against explicit promises to the Obama administration, the weaponization of those islands. So something flicked, a switch was turned, and on that high level of how the world works, going from a comparative advantage-based, just-in-time supply chain kind of world, the national security strategy writes, national security, economic security is national security, or equals national security. Well, that, of course, has all sorts of consequences, because if you're, in terms of the US, you're trying to maintain an alliance system in East Asia, you have your alliances with the Philippines, Japan, and Korea, and the partnership with Taiwan, strategic ambiguity in terms of protecting Taiwan. It suddenly really, really matters who has a military technological edge, as you see the People's Liberation Army expanding itself very rapidly and becoming far more advanced at the very same time. And military technological edge in particular matters a lot because China has a lot of the quantitative advantages. After 40 years of reform and open up, China now produces around 50% of all ships globally. The US, the UK, and France and Germany together less than 1%. Well, if you're engaged in a maritime competition, which the US and its allies are in East Asia, that is very, very meaningful. So the edge that we have is a military technological edge. Well, what is a military technological edge? It means that qualitatively, not quantitatively, but qualitatively you have better weapon systems. I mean, think of an emerging weapon system we increasingly see right now, a drone swarm. Well, what does a drone swarm consist of? It consists of drones with specific components, advanced batteries. The batteries determine how fast, how far the drones can fly and in which numbers. Well, suddenly batteries then becomes a key point of competition. The drone swarm is increasingly autonomous, so the smart algorithms within the drone swarms, then again produced by the most advanced semiconductors, the algorithms that help the drone swarm capture and identify enemy combatants before the opposing drone swarm can do this, becomes even more important. So now suddenly advanced semiconductors, of course, you need to stay ahead of in comparison to your rival. Then there's all sorts of sensors, there's all sorts of tech involved, but if you look at what a weapon system is made out of, and you look at what underpins that, suddenly a lot of very advanced technology becomes very controversial. And this is where you see basically the more assertive, and then in the end the more belligerent China gets, the more restrictive the US gets. And given that many of this room here are in some form of allied systems with the US, that of course has implications for us as well. So you see the building up of restrictions, probably best captured by Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, saying, we used to only want to stay a couple of generations ahead. This is not the strategic environment we're in. Mind you, he said that 1 or 2 months after the large-scale Chinese exercises around Taiwan, and about after Russia started its invasion of Ukraine and consistently Western tech kept via China ending up in Russia. And the National Security Advisor concluded, from now on, it will be our policy to maintain as large a lead as possible. Well, if that is your policy, you're looking at an oil spill, basically, in terms of restrictions. It's going to go broader, it's going to go wider, and it's going to continuously do so. Well, this affects us too. As part of EU-ISS, we are engaged in the CHIPS Diplomacy Support Initiative, which is a Commission-funded project to help set up the Track 1.5 diplomacy in the semiconductor sector for the EU. And we did a very, I would say, insightful workshop with industry on export controls. And we asked there, do you see any way around US extraterritorial restrictions? And in the end, the answer was, and I'm paraphrasing here, but no, companies will always fear a US fine or US prison more than a Brussels slap on the wrist. We've seen this in the Iran case, where Trump unilaterally withdraws from the Iran nuclear deal and all the European oil majors leave. And we, of course, see this in semiconductor tech. However much grumbling there is in the European semiconductor sphere about US restrictions, there is compliance. So that was sort of the philosophy of that first shift, a shift to national security, a focus on military technological edge, growing restrictions to China that would only grow wider. And I would argue that carried into the first part of Trump's second administration even. The H20s, which Biden still allowed to go to China, NVIDIA chips, Trump didn't allow anymore. And Brussels here was in May and June rife with rumors that there were going to be crushing new sanctions, or well, not sanctions, export controls on the exports of ASML to China that would capture way more semiconductor manufacturing equipment pieces, as well as servicing and the supply of spare parts. What changed that? How did we enter a second phase? And that second phase, I would say, it started around April or maybe summer of this year. And that phase is a lot more transactional, and it's not purely about military technological edge. It is much more about critical economic input. And this is, of course, where China played its own trump card, its own ace in the hole. Whereas over the last 2 years, China already signaled by adding more and more critical raw materials to the export control list. The last 2 years, what happened this year is that China actually started to squeeze the supply. So whereas the Trump administration's tariffs were meant to reindustrialize America, now you have car makers going to the White House and saying, listen, we can't produce without the permanent magnets coming from China. If we can't get the permanent magnets, we might be forced to offshore to China the engine and the car production, because we can still export the end product. Well, this is now the second phase that we're in. It extends to other sectors. It extends to Nexperia, to legacy semiconductors, where if the Dutch are trying to halt the growing concentration of these essential building blocks, the production of that in China, because the CEO tries to bring over technology to China, China responds with an across-the-board export ban that then sends our automotive industries into a frenzy, and by extension the medical and other industries as well. So yeah, the competition changes, and the competition really changes because China plays its own trump card. It's now a competition over critical economic inputs as well. A lot of the methodology is the same if you read the export controls, but I would say the surface area, the effects of what you do if you basically pull out the critical raw materials, which I would describe as really the skeleton of the global economy. You don't have pacemakers, you don't have MRI technologies, you don't have weapon systems, you don't have cars without them. If you pull that out, or you pull out the legacy chips, like the Nexperia case, which would then be the central nervous system of the global economy, is in the end much, much more disruptive, and is in the end what sort of got Trump to back down and go back on the 50% rule, or at least involved in that, the suspension of that. And now we're stuck in what I would say is a second phase that comes with far greater potential disruptions for companies across Europe and across partner industries, namely the question, will we still get the necessary building blocks that we need to produce anything at all? So I'll leave it on that sour note, but maybe in the question I can get to some policy recommendations and follow up on that. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. So we're going full circle. Now we started off with institutional restraint, and now I think all the cats are out of the bag in a big way. So thank you very much for doing this. We're going to move to questions. I would love to abuse the role of the chair to ask Claire what she thinks about the effectiveness of the US control regime to ensure the military technology edge of the United States, but I'm going to refrain from asking that question and not abuse and open it up to you. So could you let me know who wants to ask a question and perhaps introduce yourself and indicate who you want to address the question or the comment to. Please.
Maroš at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I would like the panelists to invite to elaborate on the much needed theme that we discussed, which is the structured dialogue with businesses. And in this, it was disregarded two issues. In particular, what information management, information sharing mechanism is there needed to be put in place. Japan is at the forefront with the security clearance mechanism, but what has been happening at the EU level or in Germany? And the second one, at what stage of policymaking cycle mechanism do you expect businesses to chip in? Is it design, perhaps even co-design, implementation and enforcement? Because ultimately, as we're still grappling with the definition of economic security, we can perhaps agree that supply chain visibility is the foundation of economic security, which is impossible without the private sector.
Thanks very much, Maria. Katsuro, you addressed this in the Japanese system. I'm wondering whether you want to say something more, and then perhaps Corina, because the question was a bit how we echo this in Europe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, that we have the export control that the economic security that perspective we have that intensively that strengthen our dialogue with our industry, and also that last year we also that passed our security clearance law, and so that we can now that have more some intelligence information with our industry. We can also exchange that, and in order to address that like technology leakage or some that any that risk from that or caused by some that economic statecraft, and then so we have actually that. Industry that association named SIGSTEC is the actually center of this export control issues, and also each we in a METI and also that other relevant ministry and agency we have each that dialogue with the automotive sector or some semiconductor sector to that to exchange that information and any risk of that or also in the from the security economic security export control perspective or other like some investment or some other talent recruitment, and so so if that one recently that we faced one cases that one company that their technology is that is in facing some risk of that their unintentional transfer because of that worker who retired this company and now working for that company of some it's kind of the foreign branch, the foreign countries at the branch in Japan, and so you can easily imagine that technology transfer. So we are actually that addressing these cases and what we can do for this each that some cases are using some if needed some intelligence information. So actually that we need some case by case, but some precise or custom made dialogue with our industry. So and these that actually that because that our our competitor is that using their that and they are doing that everything to get obtain or some of these technologies. So this is just one example, but we need to further like in intensive dialogue with our industry, and then yeah. So yeah, that's from our. The introduction from our experience.
Thank you for asking that question, and it's also something where I'd love to get your feedback, now or later, because we have different levels of dialogue. So we is BAFA, the licensing authority, as well as the ministry or other government actors. We have regular dialogues like forums like this one, so big dialogues with a lot of people where we show the new developments and get feedback and so on. Then there are technical dialogues where BAFA especially is giving information on how to do applications, what to look out for. There are lots of leaflets from BAFA and ourselves, and so there are lots of information what you need to look for. These are big dialogues and these are technical dialogues. Then, of course, if there is an application, a licensing applications, you might have questions and a to and fro on the individual case to understand more about the product and its uses. But in addition to that, I think we have a new layer that came with sanctions. Of course, sanctions and export controls are different tools. Sanctions are directed towards, for us, it's especially the Russia sanctions and now the Iran snapback. They're directed towards one country, and they're directed towards trying to lower or eliminate the flow of either money or certain goods, usually goods used for military aggression. They're different from export controls, which are not directed at specific countries, but which look at a technology, at an end user mainly, and also a transfer. But we have learned from sanctions. We have learned that from sanctions, we need to have a dialogue on risk assessment, on red flags, for example. And also, we give information, usually it's generic information because we cannot give everything, it might be classified, but we can give generic information what to look for, and we can also learn from businesses what we need to look for, because businesses, of course, know their customers really well, and we find that often they have a gut feeling if something is not right. And so we increase that kind of dialogue. And we're still looking and experimenting with formats. It might be sector specific. It might be targeted towards business associations, which are strong interlocutors in German society and business environment. Or it might be more individualized. So we're looking what we can do, of course, with the time available to everyone, the businesses as well as administration alike, and to learn from each other. And also then, finally, also to get one little tweak right, which is, if something doesn't feel right, how do we specify it enough so that we have a legal basis to decide whether we deny a license or not? So that is also a work that is going on, where we rely heavily on the exchange with businesses. Thank you.
Yes, just briefly, because I know we want to talk about a wide-ranging group of topics here. I think it's really important that the export controls regulatory function for all of our governments is in a trade ministry or a commerce ministry, right? That inherently means that it is more connected to industry and engaged with industry than you would find if it were sitting in a traditional national security government ministry. The connectivity with industry that I experienced, in particular through, I think I mentioned the technical advisory committees, I'm not sure they serve the same function for the US government that they do in the EU. We had extensive back and forth showing our technical advisory committees draft regulations, talking about new emerging technology controls. In fact, we had a technical advisory committee specifically on emerging technology and regulations. The members of those committees have a fairly low level security clearance, so that they are vetted and they're able to engage in more sophisticated conversations with government. And I think that's a terrific practice. I learned a lot from our technical advisory committees when I was in government. Unfortunately, I don't have great news about where they stand right now. Because they are essentially they're sort of stalled. They're not really meeting right now. And in fact, the administration did away with the President's Export Control Council and is not standing up the President's Export Council Subcommittee on Export Administration, which was to be an advisory body to the Bureau of Industry and Security. So in contrast, and I'll just end on this, if people have been tracking the inner workings of the US government. The Defense Technology Security Administration, which is the Department of Defense or perhaps Department of War component that it participates in licensing review, has actually just been moved within the Pentagon. That's better, more, I can live with that word, moved within the Pentagon over to the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering, which suggests more industry connectivity than where it sat before under the Undersecretary for Policy. So I suspect that's a reflection of the foreign military sales issues that have been a focus of US government activity recently, but it will have spillover effect on dual use controls as well.
Thanks very much. We are starting to run out of time. Let me perhaps take two questions and then we'll wrap it up on the basis of these two. So first one here.
Yes, hi, my name is Tomasz Włostowski. I'm a sanctions and export control lawyer here in Brussels. And Maria set up the question perfectly, I think, about business. So the world is changing really quickly and the economic parameters are changing, the regulations are changing, the security situation is changing, and technology is changing really quickly. And business needs to invest in new technologies, in new supply chains. And they come to you and they need to understand, what the world will look like in 3 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, because they need new investments for the new technologies that are becoming very relevant. And they come to you and they ask you, listen, where is this going? What should I do? Of course, bringing everything home is homeshoring. Sorry, I was looking for the word. Homeshoring is a perfect solution, but it's not a perfect solution for everybody. What do you tell them when they need that certainty to understand where this is all going?
And then we'll get our panelists to respond. Going once, going twice. No? Well, perhaps this is a good way. I mean, the complexity of, notably of emerging tech controls from different perspectives, I think is very much at the heart of what we discussed. So let's perhaps start with you, Joris, on this.
No, thank you so much. I think there's virtues to the second Trump administration, and that virtue is specifically something that I understand from the president's trade policy agenda, which is the notion that the overconcentration of manufacturing power in China, already at around 35% of the global total, projected to go to 45% in 2040, is a huge problem. And it's not just a problem in terms of supply chain advantage and control and things that they can pull out in terms of components of our supply chains, but also because innovation doesn't just happen in research, it also happens across the manufacturing lines. So I'm there until that extent, but then if you look at, okay, what has been done to then make sure that we have reindustrialization in Europe plus partner countries, which then would also still include the United States, then the picture is very mixed, of course. How can you end up with a tariff policy that in the end tariffs India higher than China? You have a lot of tariffs on very trusted allies as well that could be a part of this solution. So, I mean, in an ideal world, for those sectors that we would find most strategic, either because they can give you a technological edge or because they are a critical economic input, I would hope we can get to some sort of G7 plus partner zero tariff arrangement, whether it's for gallium or germanium or rare earths or for semiconductors, etc. And then jointly include a lot of new protections that are meant to offset the artificially cheap products that are coming our way from China. And I bring us back to the workshop that I alluded to that we had with the export control chiefs of many of the leading semiconductor companies and RTOs at our institute. We laid out a couple of scenarios for them and we asked which ones do you find most appealing to be in at the end of the Trump administration. And interestingly enough, quite restrictive scenarios came out in terms of tech exports to China. But the underlying thing was, they said, however, China is a must-have market for us. It's not a nice-to-have market anymore for us. It's a must-have market. We need to sell there to compete. So any restrictions that you put in place for China need to go hand in hand with an opening up or a deepening of collaboration among allies. And that means, in my book, among G7 and partners, it means that throughout our public procurement, we say, well, if we build all these wind parks, why don't we say that the permanent magnets, if you use them from Japan, or if you use them from the EU, or if you use them for Korea, or a trusted place, you should be awarded additional points in government tenders. Why can't we do the same sorts of economic security standards throughout more private sector industries as well? So that is ideally where I'd like to go. But I do have to say, I see two obstacles. One is Brussels not moving fast enough in that direction. But the other real obstacle is, of course, the Trump administration itself, which doesn't clearly have this geopolitical view of the world of where it wants to go in the end.
Any further thoughts around this question of providing some degree of predictability, stability from the rest of the panel? Go ahead and start.
I very much agree with yours that diversification is key. That it's not necessarily decoupling, it's not moving away from China, it's just diversifying so that China is not the only manufacturing spot. And I see a true benefit that companies are now looking more and more closely at their supply chains and figuring out where they are having products manufactured, even if they're buying sort of fairly sophisticated manufactured components. The multilateral approach is, I think, idealistic for today's environment. I am reminded of how terrific the G7 statement out of Hiroshima was with Japan's leadership, that we had true coming together statements about economic coercion and other concerns that were a very shared approach through that grouping. I don't think we could accomplish anything like that today.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, as Mathieu mentioned, that we definitely need some cooperation with partners to exchange this information, and particularly the recent rare source and critical minerals and legacy chip is actually a common challenge for us. And so we are actually maybe utilizing the G7 or some international society or some any that international framework to have like a common understanding, to have like a stable supply or some procurement of these some critical minerals or some materials, and to if possible some have a certain like a guideline or some framework for us to stably procure these items, because it may cost a little more money if they procure these products from other sources. But how we can address that or handle these there's an economic challenge is also that our actually the area we really need to cooperate with partners. But it's just as one perspective. But
thanks, Katsuo. Corina, your final thoughts.
Thank you. If a business would come to me and ask for advice on investment, I think I would do three things. The first thing would be to give an assurance, which is that at least the country I work for and the EU, we are not trying to fragmentize the world further. We are building on reliance on a reliable investment environment in the EU, but also with our partners. So that would be the first thing. The second thing would be an advice, like think in scenarios, because of course I cannot predict what the world will look like in 3 months or a year, because it doesn't depend on me or on my government only. So think in scenarios, which is a version of diversify. And the third thing is I would give them a task. And the task would be look at your business and look at it also from a security, a resilience perspective, not only from an economic as in price perspective, because of course in the economic situation we all are. Of course, price is hugely important, and I know under which pressure businesses are. But it might be the more sustainable mid to long-term solution to figure in a security perspective in your business decisions. And you, as a business, would know best what that would mean. So that would be the three things I would do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's end it there. A big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
So just in terms of housekeeping, we now have a coffee break, so coffee and refreshments are served just outside. We will start again at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Do it into the mic.
Now we do it on the mic. Okay, everyone, we'll make a start. The final panel of the afternoon. And, you know, today we've heard a lot about implementation and the effectiveness of the EU's dual-use export controls. We've considered a lot the balance between security and competitiveness. And in the last panel, we picked up very much on the transformed geopolitical landscape, and alongside that, the challenges of the increasing unilateral use of export controls. The third element, perhaps, in this new landscape, for the EU at least, has been the proactive use of export controls in the context of sanctions and export controls on trade, on items, on services. This has been a major change for policymakers and for enforcers, but equally it's a big, big change for business. And we're very conscious that in the different packages of sanctions that we deliver, that each time this has a real impact for businesses who have to look at these, understand them, and put them in place. In fact, when I started my role in the export control world, which was in 2021, at that time, the directorate I was managing had a broad range of tasks, and there was this fairly quiet backwater of export controls. There was a new regulation. We had a set of tasks that we were going to be implementing. And then the awful events of the Russian invasion in Ukraine took place. 19 packages later, we have seen this massive and necessary evolution in practice and enforcement around export controls within sanctions. And we thought in the light of that, that this would be a useful and interesting final topic for the discussions today, recalling a bit what has been done, how it's been approached from different angles, but also trying to identify the lessons that we've learned, and in particular, how we engage with industry, how we keep industry informed and on board. So it's a bit in that context that I'm really delighted to introduce our panel. Rosemary Pratt, who's the Director for Export Control and Sanctions at the UK's Department of Business and Trade, and someone we've worked extremely closely with as we've built these successive packages of sanctions. Oleg Zilvik, who's the acting head of the State Service for Export Controls in Ukraine. He's been doing that since 2021. I think Oleg's presence reminds us as well that this is far from being a policy discussion. This is about solving real-world problems and preventing items and technology getting into the battlefield in Ukraine. It's about saving lives and shared values. And we have Pia Saravara, who's the sanctions coordinator at the Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, bringing a hope, in addition to the experience of sanctions, the perspective of a border country and the complications that potentially brings up in terms of trade, but also in terms of circumvention. So with that, I suggest we make a start. And Rosemary, if you'd like to come in first.
Thanks very much, Peter, and great to be here and to be able to speak about this. As Peter said, we want to be really practical and talk about lessons learned. So I'm hoping the slides are going to work. And yes, they do. So putting grit in Russia's war machine. So UK with international partners has placed unprecedented sanctions on Russia, and they're disrupting the defense industry in Russia, but there's more to do. We know that Russia's taken heavy losses, but we know how terrible the situation continues to be. But replacing these goods is getting much harder for the Russians. We know that some of their weapons are cannibalized from 1990s era military hardware. We know that when they try to get products, the effort takes them more time and money, and so they have to take really tough military and economic decisions. As a result of this, Russia relies more and more on illicit procurement networks. Many of these are run by the Russian intelligence services. They use covert tactics, and we have to stay ahead of this to prevent the circumvention. So I hesitate to talk of success when the situation is still so heartbreaking, but we do know that Russia's got to go to these great lengths, and to some extent it means our sanctions are working. And while they have to get them through these very difficult routes, it means that probably they're not meeting all their needs. So they're paying up to 6 times the price for dual-use items compared to the global price, and that continues to go up. And we are continuing with these wide-ranging sanctions to frustrate Putin's ability to fund the war and to make sure that Russia doesn't get access to the cutting-edge expertise in the UK and elsewhere. So how do we tackle the diversion risk? And a key reflection I'd have, if there's one thing you take away from this 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon presentation, I would commend to you, stop the goods leaving the country in the first place. So stop it before, for me, stop it before it leaves the UK. So we have a really big focus on raising industry awareness of how circumvention works. Alongside the Common High Priority List, the CHPL, of Western items that are critical to the Russian military, we look at macro trade data to understand the spikes in trade and just look for unusual trade patterns. So we really use the data and we try to stay ahead of it. And part of my directorate is OTSI, which you see there in the corner of the slide. So OTSI, the Office for Trade Sanctions Implementation, is just over 1 year old in its operation, and this data informs OTSI's work to make sure that they outreach to those businesses that are greatest risk of being targeted in this circumvention. So OTSI's got new powers to enforce services sanctions, to tackle movement of goods through third countries where there's a UK nexus, and it can also follow up reports from whistleblowers in business and from international partners, and including our Ukrainian friends. And it's great to be on the panel with Oleg today. So we try all we can to keep up with this fast-moving intelligence landscape. So this very careful data-driven approach, what does it tell us? So it tells us that goods in these sectors are at greatest risk of being diverted. So military and dual use, aerospace, automotive, microelectronics, heavy machinery. And interesting, this isn't just the CHPL list. So there are many goods that aren't on that list that still really help the military-industrial complex in Russia. And this is also a very UK-targeted list. So this is the UK nexus that we see. And just to take that a bit further, so those were the sectors, and these are the sorts of specific UK products that our data shows us is at greatest risk of circumvention. So things like industrial and plant machinery, aeronautical navigation equipment, mechanical shovels. So this really helps us to target individual businesses with our outreach and messages. I'm going at a pace because I know we have a lot to get through. So services. Services, of course, much more difficult because they're not tangible. They're not a thing you can pick up and stop at the border. But services are really important in terms of enabling trade diversion and circumvention, including evasion of the sanctions we placed on professional business services. So we work really hard to tie in our work on services with our efforts on goods. And I haven't got time to go through it all. This would be like a whole presentation in itself. But this shows just how complex this, I won't call it a chain, it's like a tangled web, can be, involving third countries, deliberate concealment of companies, illicit finance links. And we all need to be focusing on the services that support those areas most valuable to the Russian economy in this space. So energy, of course, infrastructure, and defense. And they're much harder to track, as I've said, than goods. And so the information sharing, the engagement with businesses, the understanding the work in academia, the sharing of information between governments, all this helps us to untangle that tangled web. So just to give a bit of an example of the procurement cycle and how this works in practice, and this shows the different stages and the types of entity that could be used to acquire goods covertly. Intermediaries are sometimes, but not always, complicit in circumvention. There's a lot of obfuscation of end users. There are claims to be the end user, and there's often a use of a cover or front company to access the goods. And we have... I've jumped one, didn't I? Sorry. I can't go backwards either. There we go. Right, sorry. Right, I need further training in slide competence. So, red flag indicators. So we have produced guidance for business, so to help them with their own due diligence, and we've given some advice on red flags that businesses need to look out for. And it was really great to hear some of the presentations this morning on the practical work being done with business. The sorts of things they should be looking for, they include evasive customers, the products being exported, not aligning with the named end user, all that looking a bit odd. Issues with the export destination. Maybe the shipping routes seem a bit weird, they're a bit unclear. Maybe there's a really strong tie between the country importing and a sanctioned destination. Maybe the transaction is a bit odd. Is the payment being made indirectly? Is the documentation not quite complete? Do the ancillary costs look really oddly inflated? So all these things, they may not indicate something bad's going on, but they're definitely worth looking into. These are the sorts of things to look into. And of course, this is ever evolving, and we need to stay ahead of it. And this, the circumvention guidance. So this is the guidance I just referred to. So we published guidance on the 7th of January for exporters on sanctions evasion. And that covers the red flags I've just talked about. It gives a lot of suggestions for due diligence. It gives a lot of resources, and it talks explicitly about destinations where we see from the UK the greatest risk of potential circumvention. And we keep this guidance up to date, and we do that every 6 months, and we do outreach to businesses. We've done roadshows across the UK, and we're keeping doing that. So, what next? So, what more can we do? So, most businesses, we find, want to do the right thing. Not all, but most want to do the right thing. So there is a desire for this information. People want to be told how to do the right thing. We will carry on being data-driven. It has to be evidence-based. We'll be reviewing trade flows. We'll be looking at the high-risk routes, items, and jurisdictions. We're publishing more and more sector-specific guidance. And as I said, we're going across the UK and being able to target our engagement in different regions. And as we do that, we'll get insights from business themselves. And this helps us to develop our guidance, and it helps to upskill industry and strengthen their due diligence. And we're also taking policy and legislative measures to enhance our enforcement options. So we are developing a sanctions end-use control that will enable us to block high-risk exports that wouldn't otherwise be controlled before they leave the UK. And hopefully that will be on the statute books by spring next year. So I'm going to stop there, but thank you for listening at this stage on a Friday afternoon, and I'd welcome discussion and questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much indeed, Rosemary. That's given us a great sense of what's happening in the UK, but in particular this emphasis on the contact, the engagement with business as a key part of that approach. We'll open up for question and answers after the three presentations. I suggest we move on now to Oleg.
Thank you, Peter. May I ask for a clicker? Okay.
Carefully, Russian.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, it's a great honor to be here at the Export Control Forum 2025 and to join this important discussion on trade restrictions and the lessons learned from the sanctions against Russia. Today, I would like to share Ukrainian perspective, not only as a country that has been directly facing a modern war and its realities, but also as the one that has become an active contributor of shaping, coordinating, and strengthening the global system of multilateral sanctions and strategic trade compliance. When the first missiles and strike drones began to hit our peaceful cities in February 2022, our entire export control system had to transform almost overnight. As we defend ourselves from unprovoked Russian aggression, Ukraine immediately suspended all military export transactions. Instead of them, we increased import of vital defense and dual-use goods. In parallel, it's thanks a lot, our European and American partners, together with many others, built a strong sanction coalition, continuously introducing new restrictive measures against Russia and expanding the framework first established back in 2014 under EU Regulation 833. There is a common view that sanctions and export control are not the same, and from a legal point of view, that's right. But today's world, especially when we talk about the trade sanctions, this difference is no longer so clear. As multilateral sanctions become more complex long-term and deeply integrated into global trade, the two systems are becoming increasingly interconnected. And it's precisely their interaction creates real synergy. In many cases, sanctions and export control strengthen each other's effect, overlap, and together form a comprehensive instrument in our effort to a strategic trade compliance. Ultimately, both frameworks serve to one essential purpose: to prevent hostile actors from obtaining modern technologies, equipment, materials, and other critical resources that can be used for aggressive aims. since the global perception of export control has changed dramatically. Today, when we hear phrase strengthening of export control, people often mean sanctions enforcement. This is understandable. Many traditional multilateral export control regimes still have great potential that should be used to more comprehensively address the evolving risks. As these gaps expand, sanctions enforcement has effectively become the main mechanism to close loopholes and prevent actors seeking circumvent controls. At the same time, we see another significant trend, civil-military fusion. The growing use of civilian non-listed components in military production and weapons designed by states of proliferation concern, particularly providing aggressive policy. Responding to these challenges since 2022, the battlefield in Ukraine has become an invaluable source of intelligence, expertise, and evidence for our partners. This first-hand access made it possible to identify many critical but non-listed items that are essential for the functioning of the Russian military machine. In 2023, these joint mutual efforts resulted in the creation of the common high priority list, just was mentioned, a key instrument for outreach to manufacturers, exporters, and transshipment countries aimed to prevent further circumvention. For instance, the Shahed is laying before our president is totally consistent and assembled from non-controlled items, just to general understanding of your. Currently, Ukraine's military intelligence maintains a public web portal that regularly updates detailed information about foreign components found in Russia, missiles and drones shot down or intercepted over Ukraine. It's currently the one only open database available for wide audience, including our international partners. Many of these components are not listed under any control regime. I will recommend you to scan this QR code to see it, how it looks like, because many of these components I saw by my own eyes in the backyard of my mother's home 1 month ago. This initiative has become a major Ukrainian contribution to the development and enforcement of EU sanctions. It provides transparency, real-time awareness, and solid factual basis for designing new restrictions. Of course, many challenges remain. It's clearly that the overall sanctions pressure on aggressor states and its allies must not only be preserved, but strengthened. Ukraine has already introduced full-scale sectoral sanctions, including a 50-year trade ban for all strategic goods and services for Russia, Belarus, and Iran. Also, the respective sanctions against North Korea were imposed before the war of aggression was started by Russia. However, our main concern today is not about the sanctions we apply domestically, but about the effectiveness of sanctions globally. For example, common high priority list has not been updated since February 2024. This limits the practical focus on export control and anti-circumvention work, even within sanctions coalition. But even bigger issue is enforcement. Both common high priority list and the broader sanctions framework under Regulation 833/2014. What we need, especially from Ukrainian perspective, is proactive, preventive enforcement, not post factum reaction. The core challenges today remain sanction circumvention through the transit territories. Sorry, it's a previous slide. The situation is several key transit jurisdictions, particularly in parts of Middle East, Central Asia, and Caucasus countries, to be worrisome. And let's be frank, when a shipment of common high priority list items leaves EU and declares, for instance, Kazakhstan, Armenia, or Kyrgyzstan, we cannot be certain where it ultimately ends up. Too often such items are delivered to Russia defense industry and eventually returned to the battlefield in the form of weapons and against our cities, critical infrastructure and civilians. Another point of concern is China's growing role. Unfortunately, de facto China has become a significant enabler of Russia's war efforts through a partnership and large-scale economic cooperation with Russia, including areas related to defense industrial sector. Since 2023, Ukrainian experts have observed a gradual but steady replacement of Western-made components with Chinese analogs, especially in critical military use electronics and machine tools. Combined with Beijing's assertive global policy on strategic raw materials, this trend clearly deserves very close attention from EU and all our partners. Main challenges on the way forward. These challenges show the clear thing: sanctions enforcement must be evolved. And going forward, it should rely to 4 key pillars: continuity, reactivity, proactivity, and outreach. To conclude, Ukraine's experience shows that sanctions and export control are not longer 2 parallel regimes. They have become one strategic front. Our battlefield evidence, intelligence sharing, and national sanctions policies have already helped strengthen the effectiveness of the global sanctions system, but much remains to be done. Only through coordinated, multilateral, and proactive action by all like-minded nations can we resist both military and economic pressure and defend our common European home, our shared values, and our common future. Thank you very much for your attention and for your continuous support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So then we move to Finland, a member state with its border closed. And what's this perspective from a Finnish point of view?
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm happy to be here as the representative of the happiest country in the world. My message is very often to business. I attend quite a lot of events to speak to business. The messages are not that happy to the business, but let's try to be a little bit more positive today. First, I would like to go through a little bit the position that Finland has had in sanctions, in enforcement, and so on, and touch the lessons learned, so to say, in our enforcement action. But let's go. I don't have many slides, but a few slides. Let's start from the statistics. Here are some slides that my colleagues in the customs put together for me. It shows the exports of EU27 and Finland to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan starting before the Russian aggression in Ukraine started, and ending up in June now. And I think the main message here is that EU's countries' export to Central Asia is still twice as much as it was in 2021. So this is, of course, we talk about China, UAE, other countries, platform countries, but also we need to look at our neighborhood, so to say. Then on Finland's trade with Russia in goods, it has gone down significantly. It's not much that is left. Nickel stone in imports, copper stone in exports, and we are transit country for fertilizers, that you might know already. And if we look at the trade, how we are trading now with Russia, in imports, we have 12 companies that are engaging, and then in exports, 28 countries. And you see where we started in exports, almost 1,000 companies, and then in imports, something 600. So we've been talking about approximately 2,000 Finnish companies that have been engaging in the trade with Russia, and here we are with now maybe 40 companies. So that's kind of the development that we've had in general. That also concerns our companies in Russia. We had more than 400 companies there before the Russian aggression started, and now we have maybe 15, 20 left, and some of them are left because they cannot just leave due to the lacking permits and so on. So that's about the position, and as Peter was saying, there has been a major change. Of course, we understand the scale of the sanctions that we've had and what it has required from enforcement or from implementation. And I would say that the main challenge it is the sanctions themselves, the scale, of course, and the implementation enforcement that is required to implement these sanctions that we have adopted unanimously together. And circumvention, my colleague from the UK talked a lot about it. I will not go into that. And then, of course, one of the main challenges is that we need to combine our forces. We need to look not only into trade, but also the financial data and so on. We need a lot of cooperation to go through all the schemes that are there. I've been in this position for 3.5 years, so I've seen the developments also in the sanctions meetings, and it's very positive what's been going on. I remember the first talks we had in the sanctions working groups, in the high-level group. There was almost no coordination on sanctions on a national level, didn't have any task forces. We had first talks on ownership and control, I mean in real terms. We have come quite far, and I think we should be proud of that. In addition to having soon 20 packages of sanctions, we have gone far also in enforcing and implementing the sanctions. But we have a lot to do still. We need to close the loopholes that we have in sanctions. We are allowing quite a lot of sanctions circumvention to happen due to the fact that we have loopholes in our sanctions. And as I said, we need to cooperate in networks. Our adversary is cooperating in networks. They have global networks. We need to do the same. We need to work in the coalition. And one of the main things, as we are talking about large-scale sanctions, we need to allocate resources. We need to train the resources, and I can say, in the sanctions unit in the MFA, we have 7 people now, and to train a lawyer to deal with sanction issues, it takes at least 3 months, so that's what we are talking about. The training also takes a lot of time. But in the MFA, I just have to say that we are not alone. As sanctions unit, we are dealing a lot with practical issues. We do authorizations, answer company inquiries, we go to courts and so on. We do national coordination, we do cooperation with like-minded countries within the coalition and so on. We do media cooperation, but we have the sanctions, we have the export control unit also in the MFA, and we do close cooperation with them. From our experience, I would say that we are focusing our work in 3 so-called front lines. And as my UK colleague was saying, we are concentrating on companies, of course, but then the second front line is the banks. And with them we are also working. And then the third front line, it's us, the authorities. So this is how we work on these front lines. And our message to both to companies and also to banks and to authorities is that they are not alone. We are working together, and since the Russian aggression started and we got the large-scale sanctions, we have been giving advice on the sanctions interpretation from the MFA, from the sanctions unit, and in May we launched the e-service to facilitate the inquiries. So actually now through our e-service you can leave inquiries on sanctions interpretation, you can ask for an authorization, and you can also inform about sanction circumvention. And of course that function is now what we are developing most, to work with the information what we get through this function in the e-service on informing about sanction circumvention. and then working together with our authorities with that. We have the e-course almost now for maybe 1.5 years, sanctions, basics of sanctions, a course that everybody can go through in the internet for free. It's public, it's in Finnish and in English. We are working on a Swedish version. As you might know, we have 2 official languages in Finland. And we did our circumvention guidance 2 years ago, first time. And what is also very important, we have the working groups that we work with the authorities, but also business working group and financial sanctions working group. Trying to have as much as possible dialogue with the private sector. In June, we did an authority letter, which was actually data-driven project also. We were targeting with the letter 1,100 Finnish technology companies that we think that are or might be objects of sanction circumvention. So that letter we sent in June, but we also published it on our website, so it's public information there. We've also done our roadshow, and as we understand, the coalition sanctions are very important. We've done let's say last December, we did a event together with OFAC, OFSI and so on EU, US and UK sanctions for our companies. So that's also an important thing to do, to talk about the coalition sanctions, and especially after the very welcomed US decision on sanctioning Lukoil and Rosneft some weeks ago. So maybe I stop there on our experiences and let's continue. Thank you.
Thanks very much to all 3 of you. I think that gives us a really great sense of some of the range of actions and very often very practical things. I'd forgotten about the e-course that you mentioned, but very practical things which are out there and which can be used to maintain the awareness and the attention. I kind of take 3 things from what you were saying there. One is the importance of data and a data-driven approach. Rosemary, you were highlighting that in terms of creating convincing stories about what is actually happening. And there isn't, a lot of the information which is out there is not necessarily hyper-secret intelligence, but it's being able to mine publicly available information that is there, trade numbers, trade data. But equally, it's the sort of data we've been getting from Ukraine in terms of what's actually on the battlefield. I think the issue of focus as well, through examples, through things like the common high priority list, have been really important in what we're doing. And then finally, the issue of the loopholes and constantly looking at ways in which we can tighten or improve controls that are there. But the starting point, probably, Rosemary, is what you were suggesting in terms of actually stopping, in the first instance, goods going out to risky or red flag potential customers. So all about the messages, which are the same for traditional export controls of knowing your customer, knowing where goods and products are going. I'd open up for comments or questions or reactions, in particular views on whether we are doing the right things, whether there's more we should be doing in terms of our outreach. Who'd like to come in? And I'm giving you a moment because I know it takes time to warm up again in this very warm room. Please, Pierre.
No, as you were mentioning, the border state position that we've had, I mean, it helps a lot to close the border to prevent sanction circumvention. But of course, before we closed the border 2 years ago, we were in the similar position as the Baltic countries, Poland, Hungary, Croatia are now. Being a transit country basically for goods that are originating in any of the EU countries. And that's a tough position for customs controls to try to figure out which goods are really going to Russia and which goods are transiting and so on, and trying to prevent sanction circumvention when the goods are at the border there. So we experienced that at that time, and of course that was not the reason why we closed the border. Russia started its hybrid campaign against Finland and used instrumentalized migration against us, and that's why our government made the decision to close the border. And I feel the Baltic and other colleagues in their task when they are trying to prevent sanction circumvention at the border. It's hard spot for the authorities to say that your companies should do better due diligence, or some other authorities should have better controls. On sanctions, I would also like to mention the criminal investigations. You might know that our customs has had more than 900 criminal investigations on sanctions crimes. At that time, most of them were regulatory offenses. Now we have the sanctions crimes, thanks to the Sanctions Crime Directive. And there are approximately 30 court decisions already on the customs cases. But then we have, of course, the other side, which is the asset freezes. There we also have about approximately 30 cases in the courts. We've had the first decisions from the Supreme Court, quite positive ones. And actually today we got a district court decision on a yacht case, also on ownership and control, which was very positive. But as always, many of these decisions are not in power yet, because there are complaints, and then they go to the Court of Appeal and then up to the Supreme Court. So, yeah, but I mean, the fact that there are these criminal investigations at the court cases, and they are being publicized also in the media, is also one of the factors to keep reminding the companies that it is a criminal activity to do sanction circumvention.
Rosemary.
I just wanted to pick up on Pia's point about publicising. You know, I do think some of this is quite complex, and some of it feels a bit remote. And I do think that telling stories is important. And the most powerful story we hear is from Oleg of, you know, those pictures. And so this point about having what one of my colleagues calls teachable moments that are in the public domain is very important. In the UK, we've had to do a lot of detailed work setting up OTSI to work out. So we have a civil enforcement regime, and like you, our customs authority, HMRC, does the criminal enforcement. I wanted also to mention the work as part of this tangled web I referred to. I spoke about the business engagement and helping them do their due diligence, but I think one aspect I didn't speak about, and I'd like to mention, is that we support UK businesses operating overseas by helping them navigate sanctions compliance in an international context. And so the UK has a network of sanctions attaches in our posts overseas, and they are able to work directly with the governments in that country and stakeholders in that country to share insights, help them with best practice, support them, again, in doing the right thing. And that's quite there's all the same messages, but tailored to those circumstances in other countries as well.
And of course, there are lots of read across for, in terms of what we're talking about now, in terms of enforcement, engagement, giving examples, telling stories, also for more general export controls. There's a feedback loop that most of us, through our work on both strands, are able to maintain and to continue. I'll just look around one more time to see if there are. Yes, please, come in.
Yeah, sorry. So, Tomasz Włostowski again. In terms of EU sanctions packages, right? I mean, the last couple of packages we've seen attempts to increase the provisions and beef up the anti-circumvention and due diligence elements of the packages. So from the member state authority point of view, what do you think is missing in the sanctions packages, and where would you like the packages to go? What provisions are we missing that would really make your life much more easier in terms of making sure that we don't have the circumvention that we appear to be still having?
Pia, maybe you take that first, but I'll open it up to the two of you as well in case you have a wish list for the 20th package, but specifically on this.
Yeah, wish list to the Santa Claus for Christmas. Well, personally, I would prefer a total embargo, but we understand the realities, and that's not possible. Another thing that we've been discussing is reversed sanctions. And what does that mean? It means that instead of having all the prohibitions and restrictions, we would have a list of what is still being allowed to do. That's the reversing the sanctions, but I don't think we will get there either. Then the wish list that comes actually from our customs on tightening the controls is putting a more attention to the delivery terms, the Incoterms, so to say. As we've seen since 2022, the use of delivery terms called ex-works, where the goods are picked up at the factory of an EU seller, has exploded. Also, the use of FCA, free on carrier, has exploded, which means that the obligations of the seller of the goods or the exporter of the goods are basically ending there where the goods are picked up. So there we would like to see some restrictions on the use of these delivery terms, which basically, if we look at, how would I say, realistically, is that in the case of these delivery terms, we are giving the control of our supply chains to the Russian procurement networks. And then, of course, as Rosemary was saying, we would also like to see the end-user controls. I mean, you can ask for the end-user certificates, but what's the use of them if you don't know where the goods really are? I mean, any kind of documents can be produced. It would be the best to see if the products are there where they were sent to. And then, of course, closing the loopholes. We've been advocating for shortening the customs code, so to say, to go to 2 or 4 digit codes instead of having the longer codes in the sanctions. And I will also mention harmonizing the coalition sanctions, because what we have learned is that we have quite different sanctions also in the sectoral measures that we have taken are differing. So it would make sense to harmonize the coalition sanctions in general. Yeah, these are some of the thoughts for the Santa Claus.
Thanks very much. Oleg, do you have any thoughts? What would you like to see?
I would like to say that the matter of this question is not about how many sanctions imposed. I'm talking about enforcement. We have a lot of source of sanctions. For instance, we emplaced electronic system where integrated several key sanctions lists, which updated regularly, and it's not allows us to be sure that the end user mentioned in application is the same who will receive at least the goods. And today we are trying to increase our post-licensing activities to check end user, to check if the goods delivered at the right place, even through the several years. We have examples about the Africa countries. It's not a problem. But how to prevent situation when the intermediary, especially in free economic zone, will replace end user or will replace documents. We have examples when to the application attached documents, end user certificates issued with the side who are not really issued this. Because our procedures of verification of end user documents, we find it out that the company, the documents of which was provided to us, are not familiar with the person who mentioned there, the stamps not there. That's why we are talking about there, when we're talking about sanctions, good practices, and the companies are relevant, they understand the risks, but when you're talking about the illegal activity, it's difficult to prevent just imposing the new sanctions.
Thanks very much. Just to say, come back on one of the points you raised there, on this issue of the alignment of sanctions across the coalition. It's a very important issue. We have worked very closely with the UK, with the Japanese, with the US, to ensure there is a high degree of alignment. It isn't perfect, and of course there are sometimes differences in application, but in general, on most of the export control trade-related sanctions in place, whether it's dual-use goods, whether it's the advanced technologies that we list in our Annex 7, whether it's industrial goods, there's a high level, 80, 90% of alignment, and that's an important starting point. Rosemary, what would you recommend in terms of doing more in terms of enforcement?
In terms of, well, I was thinking less, when you asked about the wish list for Santa Claus, I was thinking about enforcement. So the first thing I thought was pretty much what Oleg said, that the easy bit is imposing the sanctions. It's an important signal, but you have to actually make them stick. And a lot of the very difficult work behind the scenes is in this enforcement. And then the point I'd add to that would be it's so vital to force Putin to take peace seriously and come to the negotiating table in a serious way and to maximize the pressure. And we know that G7 finance ministers have referred to Russian revenue generation in their statement after the meeting in October. And so it's targeting the biggest source of revenue, which is the oil trade, and that helps Putin continue the war. So the measures that are being taken against that trade are vital. And going back to the point about the services and all the interlinked web, so it's all those who profit from it, it's all those who enable it, it's all those, you spoke about loopholes. It's not really loopholes, it's a complex jigsaw, and you can't get it all first time, but really persisting with that, I would say, is vital.
Thanks very much indeed, and I think that's a great note to finish with this panel. I think it's been a really interesting, useful complement to the remainder of the discussions during the course of today. And I would then suggest maybe we say thank you to the panel and then invite Denis as well to come up and to conclude.
Right. So my colleagues have given me the task to conclude at the end of a very long day, where there's been a fair amount of food for thought, certainly intellectual food for thought. So I'll try to be brief because there's been a lot today. We really want to thank everyone for attending this 2025 Export Control Forum. I think your participation, your engagement in the event to us shows the value of bringing together regulatory authorities, industry, research communities, and legal practitioners, academia, to discuss how to design and how to implement export controls better. And I think, inspired by the event that we just had from the Commission side, we're going to aim to organize a 2026 edition of the Export Control Forum. I think we've had panels that are enabled us to dissect many different facets of the conversation. This being a regulatory conference, obviously there was a lot of focus this morning on issues such as the importance of the update of the EU control list, its articulation with the multilateral regimes, and I think the publication today of the EU updated control list is proof of our continued ability to take effective action at EU level, and I hope that this is going to be welcomed and is welcomed throughout the export community here and beyond the EU, because the EU control list continues to serve as a model for many countries around the world. So its regular update, we know, is an important step. Panels this morning also focused on other things, including identifying various pathways to ensure effective compliance, which is of course an important theme, and at the same time how to find pathways to limit the burden for industry and research. I think the increasing complexity of the compliance environment is certainly something that comes out very, very clearly with export controls, trade compliance, customs compliance, various types of extraterritorial norms, proliferation in some cases of national controls. All this was highlighted and of course is having some cumulative impact on supply chains, on exports and on compliance. The discussion, I think, also underlined the importance for the EU to advance rapidly on a number of issues, which are implementation issues under our existing framework, notably on the control of intangible transfers as a priority, and I can confirm to you, to participants, that this is a shared priority by Commission and Member States, national authorities as well. I think in the afternoon we moved to a more global perspective, as we wanted to do, including with perspectives from foreign guest panelists, which I would like to specifically thank for their presence at this forum. There are obviously big adaptations underway, probably more needed still, against a pretty radically changed geopolitical environment in the context of great power competition. This has consequences. There have been calls for, I think, more industry involvement in policy development proper, as well as, of course, as on implementation and enforcement. New forms or new places where international cooperation can play a role in the regimes and beyond the regimes. More coherence, probably, and this has become very complicated because this is really a whole of government issue, between different economic security instruments and security instruments, where we see a multiplication and a suite of those starting to emerge in many jurisdictions. Finally, I think there has been just now an interesting exchange on the role that emerging technological controls are playing, in some cases within a sanctions framework, as in the case of the Russia sanctions. Here, I think the export sanctioning coalition that has been at work to support Ukraine against the aggression of Russia has been, of course, reflecting, as you have seen, on lessons learned in terms of creating and implementing effectively what has emerged as an ad hoc regime, with a lot of continuous challenges in this area as well. For the EU, of course, uniform application remains and will always remain, because of the fabric of who we are, a challenge which is particular to Europe, but also all of the traditional issues such as transshipment, backfill, where a lot of work continues to be needed. So all in all, this is perhaps a possible takeaway, if you want, in a sentence from the forum. Dual-use items are, yes, perhaps only a small sub-universe of global trade, but the impact of export controls, whether it is on rule makers or on rule takers, cannot be underestimated given the fact that this universe is expanding rapidly. I am not sure that it is already turning into an oil spill, to take the expression of the panelist in panel 3, but there is certainly here an expansion which creates, if anything, the need for more engagement. On our side, and I'll finish with this, Commissioner Šefčovič, who's responsible for this policy area in the European Commission, indicated this morning that early in 2026 the Commission is going to launch the evaluation of the EU dual-use export control regulation. I think for us, and I assume for many of the member states representatives that are participating in the forum, this event has been an opportunity to reflect on the issues that need to be addressed as part of this work. It certainly has been a welcome reminder that we need to do this in conversation and in engagement with all stakeholders, and therefore we will build the necessary consultations as the EU framework continues to evolve and as we take forward this evaluation. So let me just finish with that. Let me finish with a special thanks to the team that has been working hard to organize, yes. To organize and to ensure the resurrection of this forum, which had disappeared from the universe for a few years. Alex, Elsa, Ida, Stéphane, Colin, Muriel, Marie-France, Anka, and Rebecca, and of course under the stewardship of Mr. Sandler, my colleague Peter, who is here. So let me finish with that. Thank you all to all participants here and online, and clearly and hopefully see you next year. Thank you very much.